Dear ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Thank you everybody for coming to the beautiful city of Tallinn. I'm really happy to welcome you in my hometown, which is, I am Madis Roodland, I'm International Secretary of the Social Democratic Party and also a member of the board of Johannes Michelson Center, which is a part of FEPS Foundation and the FEPS network. Yeah, times are difficult currently, and here we are today discussing the climate justice topics, and I am really looking forward to these panels we are having today. I'm not a climate expert, but I try to do my best. I came here by tram, for example, so small steps, and trying to influence the world throughout the consumer choices. So I really believe that every individual has the power to reduce the carbon footprint, and by being vocal, influence also government policies. I would like to see that the carbon footprint will be calculated as a consumer. I have always been thinking like when I'm buying this kind of products and how I can reduce my carbon footprint. So I really believe that it's also really important as a consumer to do the right choices. We have seen that the civil society has played an important role in the agenda setting, for example, Fridays for Future. And civic movement has put a lot of good pressures towards policymakers all across Europe. In the last few months, we have seen skyrocketing energy prices. And it has pushed us towards more sustainable solution and to reduce our energy consumption and to tackle the climate change. Unfortunately, Estonia is one of the dirtiest countries per capita when it comes to CO2 footprint. So we have a lot to do in Estonia. Currently, we are facing the war in Ukraine, and the energy prices most likely will remain high, and it will give us good possibility to do this fair transition towards greener Europe. We see that Russia is not a reliable source anymore for energy, so we will make it happen. By building up the European renewable energy sector, we can save not only the planet Earth, but we will secure energy at reasonable prices. And I think the reasonable prices are the key component of selling the idea of climate, of greener climate in the future. I'm really looking forward to today's panels, and I would like to give my biggest thanks to Andreas. Andreas, wave, who has been in the center of organizing this event and bringing all the people together. And now it's my great honor to give floor to FEPS Secretary General, Mr. Laszlo Andor.
Thank you very much. I take off the mask, okay? Good afternoon, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Madis and the organizers and the hosts, the Michelson Center, for working with us in the recent weeks to make this conference happen. From the side of FEPS, the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, this event is a proof of double commitment. One commitment is to the Baltic region. We really would like to see more joint activities between progressive, socialists, social democrats in this region, in Estonia, but also in the surrounding countries, with the progressive political family and its think tank in Brussels. This is for us very important to be connected, to discuss common European issues together, and also to have a good understanding of what are the regional specificities, what are the critical local issues which need to be factored in when European policy is developed. And the other commitment, of course, is to the topic. The question of climate change has been understood as one of the critical challenges of our time. Now, of course, everybody knows that in the last 3 weeks, other critical challenges came, and suddenly a turn of history threw back a real war to Eastern Europe. And this is, again, something which we have to face collectively, and it's also true that the European Union will not be the same as before the aggression of Russia on its neighbor, Ukraine. However, let's focus today on the question of the climate and how European policy needs to deal with that. And obviously, if anyone wants to make a connection between the current developments, the questions of security, including energy security, but human security, migration, which is triggered by this disaster, obviously feel free to put all these connections also into the discussion. But in my introduction, I would like to highlight a little bit for you about indeed the long-standing commitment of FEPS to the question of climate, which is demonstrated through a great variety of research projects and public events, public discussions, which we have been organizing. Probably the greatest one took place in 2019, when the climate question was brought forward to the agenda of the United Nations, and massive demonstrations, including youth demonstrations, inspired by Greta Thunberg, took place, and she herself also was in New York, and some of us from the FEPS delegation who happened to be in New York, we went to see this big public demonstration. But what I would like to highlight is that the knowledge about the climate question and the impact of our way of life, and especially of our economic models on the climate, the knowledge about all this is not entirely new. What we are also witnessing is a kind of long-term ignorance and inertia of decision-making on issues which are really threatening the fundamentals, the foundations of human life, while much of the research already clarified for academic experts, but also policymakers, what is at stake and what would need to be done. I'm sure many of you know that this is more or less the 50th anniversary of the publication of a very important report by the Club of Rome about the limits to growth. And of course, much of that became public knowledge. Much of it remained interesting for academic researchers, but also activists. And there have been more and more environmental activists also in Europe. But somehow the political decision-making always found a way to focus on something else and prioritize something else rather than addressing collectively at European level, but national and local level, the questions of sustainability. Now, maybe not everybody knows, but we should highlight also from the FEPS point of view that the progressives, the social democratic family, was always in the vanguard of exploring the questions of sustainability and also addressing. Global environmental diplomacy was actually also launched 50 years ago by Olof Palme, then Prime Minister of Sweden, with a United Nations conference on the environment, and subsequently it was the Social Democratic Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, who was in charge of a UN report in the late 1980s, which again presented not just a huge amount of evidence about the lack of sustainability in many ways, not only resources, but also other aspects, and called for action. And the latest major international climate conference was hosted in Paris by the then socialist government of France, which really put a lot of energy into the organization for the sake of the success, in order to understand how emission has to change. But when we focus on emission, of course, we have to understand that how many factors are behind specific numbers of emission, and how many aspects of our life and business models will have to change in order to bring down a little bit the speed of the climate change. So we are really proud of this increasing importance on our political agenda of climate policies, but there is also a specific dimension which the progressive always highlighted in this question, which is what you find in the title, the question of climate justice. This is also what we in 2019 in a New York conference tried to promote by basically highlighting three axes, three potential inequalities in connection with climate change and climate policy. One, basically within societies regarding income levels, in the sense that much of the climate footprint is actually produced by the high earners, and there is a high risk that the costs of the adaptation actually would be put on the shoulders of the vulnerable members of society, vulnerable social groups. And to establish a sense of fairness is absolutely fundamental. But this is not the only inequality. Not only the income questions matter, it's also a generational question. And we have seen the young generation mobilizing very strongly for their future, because if the decision-making generations now are ignorant, obviously it's the next generation which will pay a higher price and will have to suffer in terms of declining, if not collapsing, living standards, which would need to be avoided. And the third aspect where we highlighted, on the one hand, the injustice, on the other hand, the need for some kind of balancing political action, is the global geography. Because it's not only in terms of income groups where the impact on the climate concentrates, but also specific players in the world economy, which would need to adjust more, which would need to adjust faster, and that's also why this is not simply a European question. Europe has to play a leading role to address the questions of global adaptation and the global fight against climate change. You probably are aware that currently in the EU institutions there is a massive dialogue between institutional figures, political leaders, and ordinary citizens, which is called the Conference on the Future of Europe. Our organization, FEPS, published a very significant volume. If you don't find the hard copy because someone else already took it, then you can download it from the FEPS website. You can also buy it on online commercial sales surfaces, but there you pay. From the FEPS website you don't pay, and if you come to the FEPS website you also find many other interesting materials as well for yourself to download. But I'm mentioning this because also in this volume, or through this volume, we wanted to ensure that this conference on the future of Europe pays due attention to the question of climate, My friend Said El-Khadraoui, who is a former member of the European Parliament, he wrote a relevant chapter explaining the various dimensions, going as far as the connection between climate and central banking, for example, monetary policy, tax policies, which would need to adapt. And another former colleague from Austria, Georg Fischer, wrote a very important chapter about social policies and the ecological transformation. This connection is what we have to stress again and again. The connection between the climate adaptation in the European context, this is called the Green Deal, under a progressive commissioner, Frans Timmermans from the Netherlands is responsible for not only the Green Deal, but also the related action plan, which is called the Fit for 55 program. And what we always stress and try to contribute to is indeed how social policy measures have to accompany these policies, and ideally being developed in a participatory way. So FEPS has a massive agenda in the field of climate policy. Let me also highlight a latest publication, which is also the work of our colleague Andreas, about the circular economy and green jobs in the European Union. And on this point, I also have to thank the contribution to this event, but also in more general terms of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. Because with FES also in the past, but also in the future, we have a deep and genuine collaboration, and much of the FEPS work is also at least a little bit FES work, and also we count on this partnership in the future for common thinking, but also supporting each other in these efforts. With this, I would like to hand over the moderation to Andreas. I think Andreas can tell us about what comes next. It makes us really happy if eventually we can connect the Zoom participants also to the conference. Let me also say hello to everybody who is watching us through Zoom, and hopefully they will also be able to participate somehow. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thanks a lot, Laszlo. So what we're going to start the conference with here is, Laszlo already said, the social question is more and more pertinent in order to really go into the green transition. And this has been recognized increasingly also to kind of integrate the different measures at various levels of the Commission. So I'm very glad that Frank Steven Thomas is here, head of unit from DG Employment, who under whose leadership and authorship the Council recommendations on the green transition, just transition, have been drafted, and he will outline for us at the moment what the state of the just transition is in Europe, what the Commission is doing, but also what are the problems, what are the things in terms of the data, what we're going to see, what are the issues that we have to address now, even more that we have the energy security problem, or crisis if you want. I guess everybody has noticed that it's getting very expensive to heat and drive and use electricity. So I'll hand over to Frank, who has all the data and all the insights here. I hope we can hear you. Can you start?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, not via the main speakers yet, but...
Hello?
But yeah. Oh. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll try again. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. To give me a sign that you can hear us and also see a presentation which we'll share. We're happy to start. Thank you very much. I'm in this call today. We're very honored for the invitation. I'm very happy to give you an overview of our ongoing focus on just transition issues in the European Union, and in particular, as was said in the introduction, our recent proposal for a council recommendation on fair transition towards climate neutrality, which is currently under negotiation in the European Council. I'm in this call with some of my colleagues who have played a key role in drafting this recommendation and also now in negotiating it in the Council. This is Artur Corazza, who will co-present part of the presentation, who will, together with me today, Thais Gonçalves, I don't know whether you can see her, and Elise Laur, our colleague from Estonia, who's part of the team and has been instrumental in setting this up. Artur will come in a bit later again on the details, notably of the proposal for a recommendation. I probably just start by saying that in the context of a reorganization in DG Employment Social Affairs last year in summer, a new unit has been created in which we are working, which is called the Fair Green and Digital Transitions Research. And the very purpose of this unit is to work to promote analysis and initiatives promoting just transition, fair green transitions, fair digital transitions, and also create links with research and innovation actions supported through funding at European level, which also improves the evidence base and let's say analyzes the efficiency of different policy answers we may develop, and also looks at the social dimension of green technologies and other technologies that are part of the transition. Fairness in all of this. Social fairness is a key objective. Fairness is one of the key objectives of the European Green Deal as such. Fairness is also one of the main objectives of the European Union's economic policy strategy as laid out in the annual sustainable growth strategy. Therefore, there's overall increasing attention to including the fairness dimension policy development, also as regards climate and energy policy. If there are issues with the presentation, please let me know. I will now start showing the slides. I'm not
Yes, please
share the screen. I don't know if the screen is already shared. I will share it.
Not yet.
I will share it now.
Perfect.
And you'll see the cover slide of our presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, it works. Thank you.
So then before going into the presentation, and we're grateful to have a bit of time to talk you through our main evidence and main initiatives at this stage, I probably would like to start by summarizing the narrative. Part of our unit's work and the work in general in the Commission was also to shape and further develop the narrative on just transition. And obviously the tragic developments these last weeks have underlined even more its importance. We come to that in a moment. So I think if I were to summarize the narrative in a few quotes, I would start by giving as a first quote, inaction is not an option. From what we know, the threats that climate change brings with this, the exposure, in particular vulnerable groups of poor parts of society to environmental degradation and pollution and other problems, does not permit inaction, does also not permit delays. Inaction would have, while action is costly, while action does have impacts which need to be addressed through policies, we believe that the impact of inaction would be far worse and would exacerbate inequalities and exposure to the phenomena I mentioned even more. A second central, so the transition is necessary. However, such a transition will not be automatic, and policies are needed to guide and steer the transition. Decisions are to be made. The transition also will not be inclusive by default, but it does affect certain groups, certain sectors, regions more than others, as we will show. And as is known well to you, but we should discuss also with you the approaches taken and the evidence we have in this context. As a consequence, and the Commission has highlighted this in several papers, we need to build in the employment, the skills dimension, social aspects into our policy making upfront and not as an afterthought, trying to deal with them only after having implemented policies may not work. Integrating social aspects is a key element of just transition policies, and also a key element and condition of being able to reach our ambitious climate and energy targets in particular. As Executive Vice President Timmermans, whom Laszlo Andor already mentioned in his introduction, stated in the European Parliament when negotiating the European climate law, he said the transition has to be just, or there will just be no transition. And he admitted that it will be hard, but we have to do it. And last point I would like to stress, and we'll come to that in the current context, new initiatives are being developed. The Commission last week presented a communication on further initiatives on how to accelerate the green transition, the rollout of renewables in particular, and to gain independence in particular from oil and gas imports from Russia. The EVP in the presentation of that package stated, let's dash into renewable energy at lightning speed. This is an urgency. The accelerating the energy transition is an urgency. And again, he admitted that it's hard, but we have no other choice. So with this, and having sort of set out, sketched out the narrative as we see it through a series of quotes, what we would like to do in the remaining 20-25 minutes is to discuss briefly the context, ongoing developments, the overall ambition of reaching by 2050, the main evidence we have, opportunities and challenges regarding the transition. And then, as I said, Arthur will come in and present to you in a bit more detail our proposal for Council recommendation, the next steps, including the package of last week. And if there's time, we can also say a bit more about ongoing efforts in the Commission to mainstream just transition aspects throughout other policies in general, including in international relations, also research and innovation, as I just mentioned. And we can, if of interest to you, also provide further detail on EU funds and financial support, which is available, including through cohesion policy and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, also the Just Transition Mechanism. With this, I probably start with the changed context, and you're all well aware of this, that the war in Ukraine has, let's say, reset the scene and underlined the urgency for an acceleration of the transition towards climate neutrality. The communication has issued a communication as input to the summit in Versailles of last week, in which it made clear that Europe has to become as quickly as possible independent from Russian fossil fuels well before 2030. And the Leaders' Summit in Versailles, in the declaration, confirmed these ambitions and called for bolstering defense capabilities, reducing energy dependencies, and building a more robust economic base. As you all know, the war in Ukraine has significant impacts. Despite one single sector, but obviously all sectors are concerned. Above all, it has direct impacts in terms of human sufferings, humanitarian crisis, and refugees flows you're all aware of. It all leads to supply chain disruptions and shortages in a number of supply chains, to increased prices for intermediate supply products overall, to exceptionally high and volatile energy prices, shortages in investments, and also temporary loss of jobs in the sectors concerned due to disruptions of business. A lot of discussions are ongoing, obviously, at political level, also with stakeholders on the sanctions proposed, implemented, and their impacts on funds and financial support for the above, in particular, supports being developed also to support the integration of refugees into our societies and labor markets. And discussions ongoing with all stakeholders concerned to also collect inputs on the direct impacts and on the challenges directly affected. On the context, I probably just show one slide at this stage already on the impact on energy prices. As you know, you have in the chart here, the map shows you the impact on gas retail prices on the left and on electricity retail prices on the right. And it shows that year on year, compared to February of last year, gas prices have increased by more than 65% and electricity prices by more than 30%. And you do also see through the color shading the differential impact on different countries and economies at this stage. All of this is obviously to say that as I said, the focus on the green transition, the focus on a just green transition is gaining further importance, and the more urgent implementation and for faster rollout of renewables and other solutions, together with the situation of the war and the refugee flows, obviously presents important challenges. But in substance, as I said, it does the ambitions for transition towards climate neutrality were set out already before. They are being accelerated now. They are being underlined even more, as I said, through the European Green Deal. So with this, probably I would like to go back a second, and I said that in the outset that inaction is not an option. Inaction is not an option, and what the slide here calls it, imperative to act, because the impacts of climate change, if emissions and heating, global heating, are not contained, expected to be disastrous. And this has been highlighted in particular in the new IPCC report, which was published last month, which provided a dire warning of the consequences of inaction. It corroborated particularly that climate change is already disrupting nature and affecting the lives of billions of people around the world, that it carries a number of key risks like increased mortality, heat and drought stress on crops, water scarcity, flooding and sea level rises, etc. Against this background, the European Green Deal and the first European climate law have enshrined the targets of climate neutrality by 2050 and of reducing emissions by at least 55% by 2030 as legally binding objectives for the EU. There have also been a number of commitments taken by member states in other fora, commitments taken at the level of the COP conferences. And the chart on the right here shows you the evolution of GDP, the blue line, and the emissions, the other colored lines, given the different sources. And it shows that there was a positive message before. We have seen that since 1990 progress was made, that decoupling of economic prosperity and growth from emissions was possible to a certain extent. However, given the ambitious targets, the speed was not sufficient to reach the targets, and therefore the Green Deal set more ambitious targets and foresaw more ambitious actions to ensure reaching these more ambitious targets. And as I said, the developments which have happened since, including the COVID crisis and now the war in Ukraine with its direct and indirect effects, have, if anything, underlined this urgency. When presenting the Fit for 55 package, the first Fit for 55 package in July 2021, the President of the Commission highlighted that Europe is the first continent that presents such a comprehensive architecture to meet climate ambitions. But we also recalled that it's needed to combine these measures with a particular attention to put jobs and social balance at the heart of this transformation and to match climate ambition with social ambitions. The Fit for 55 package of last July was probably the biggest legislative package, one of the biggest ever adopted by the Commission. It included 13 legislative initiatives, many of them very far-reaching, to set pricing incentives, to set new targets, to change rules, and also to identify support measures that all can help ensure the transition I just mentioned and towards reaching the energy by 2030. It includes in particular a proposal to extend emissions trading to new sectors at European level, so far excluded, in particular road transport and buildings, which are two sectors responsible for almost 60% of emissions at European level, and in particular in the transport sector, progress there had been not insufficient progress in the past, so that the Commission in its proposal underlines that price incentives may help here to set the right incentives. There's also a proposal to update the Energy Taxation Directive, a proposal for a carbon border adjustment mechanism to avoid carbon leakage to countries outside the Union. There are initiatives to update the directives on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and proposals to set stricter CO2 performance standards for cars and vans, while at the same time promoting also infrastructures accessible and affordable to all for alternative fuels. In recognition of many of these proposals, all of the proposals were based on impact assessments. Many of them look at the social and employment impacts they have. I will not go into full detail, but just to say that the package acknowledges particularly the emissions trading to extension to road transport and buildings has important price impacts, in particular on vulnerable poorer households and transport users or micro enterprises. And therefore, in addition to this proposal, the package also includes a proposal for a new social climate fund, which would be a fund which suggests reusing part of the emission revenues, ETS revenues, for supporting vulnerable households, vulnerable transport users, and vulnerable micro enterprises, both to invest in energy efficiency and new forms of mobility, but also for temporary income support where needed. A second package was adopted in December of last year. I will not go into detail of the various measures it had, more notably relating to mobility, long-distance cross-border rail connections, for example, or energy performance of buildings, making it mandatory to improve energy performance of older buildings. But also included, highlighted in yellow here, a proposal for a Council recommendation on ensuring a fair transition towards climate neutral. The main reason for this, as was highlighted in the July package, was to say we believe that accompanying policies are needed to take into account the employment social impacts, the impacts on skill requirements that these vast legislative packages may have. And we have to ensure that all levels, including member states, not only the EU level, but also member states and regions, do take necessary measures to support just transition. When presenting that package, Commissioner Schmidt highlighted that social fairness is at the heart of the green transition and our path to climate neutrality by 2050, and that with this new proposal, and in particular the proposed recommendation, that people have access to new quality jobs in the green economy, while we also prevent and tackle poverty related to the climate transition, in particular among the most vulnerable households and people. With this, I try to give you a snapshot of some of the evidence before we present the proposal as such. The proposal is accompanied by a staff working document which summarizes available analysis from impact assessments or other sources. In short, it says that there is scope for what we call a triple dividend, so that the green transition can create jobs, improve welfare, and reduce emissions. but only if the right accompanying policies are in place. And the purpose of the recommendation is to say what are these right policies which need to be in place to ensure that we are on the positive side of outcomes, because there are also downside risks. If we do not ensure such policies in place, there are significant downside risks, which include potential job losses also at the aggregate level. And those downside risks relate, for example, to the fact there could be skill or labor shortages, which are not foreseen, where the package foresees smooth implementation of all measures. It also foresees that labor market transitions are smooth. It recognizes that there are varying impacts across different regions, sectors, household groups. So taking those into account will be important to have social acceptance, public acceptance. And last but not least, it takes into account that there's a gap between the timing of the measures. Investments in energy efficiency and new forms of mobility need some time to materialize, and throughout that transition, higher costs and access to the solutions, other types of mobility, electromobility or others, may call for support to those most affected, including households, as we said before. So therefore, the need for policies to realize the potential and the risks. We have included in this presentation a number of charts which show you what is the evidence. I will not have time to go into all of them in detail, and we are available for further discussion, or we share that, obviously, that presentation, or take follow-up questions. But just to say, we show that there are varying impacts to be expected across member states, with some, for example, of the Baltic member states expected to be on the high end here in terms of positive employment effects, which can be expected, also given high dependency ratio so far from importing energy. We are aware that there are differential effects by sectors. So there's a number of declining sectors, notably in coal production, oil shale, petroleum, and fossil fuel-based energy production, which is also one of the main focus areas of the Just Transition Fund. Many other sectors have to transform, and with them the workforce, tasks, job profiles will change, and this will be a significant challenge. Those include energy-efficient, energy-intensive industries like metals, cement, fertilizers, or others mentioned here, but also the construction sector and others will benefit from job creation. The construction sector for the renovation wave, the circular economy, also given that we transform value chains. We do analyze different effects by regions. I do not show the details here of those with high employment shares in energy efficient industries, but would like to show that our colleagues at the Joint Research Center further also have maps indicating which regions are the ones which can be expected from the move to renewable energy production, wind or solar energy. And it's important to see, for example, that some of the regions may have both challenges from declining transforming sectors and scope for creating new jobs, while in others, other solutions may be needed. Obviously, the purpose is also to create job opportunities and ensure labor market transition.
Hello, sorry, Frank. Can you hear me? Because we are at 10 minutes, more or less, now.
So I go fast and just to show one last slide here before moving to Arthur. Maybe we also look in particular at the focus on the phenomenon of energy poverty. So the fact that households may not be able to warm their homes. More than 35 million Europeans are affected by this. And you do see in this slide that this is a phenomenon which does affect poor income households, but not only, also lower middle income households, in particular, as you see in the slide, also in the Baltic states, a significant share of such middle income households is affected. We have further evidence. I will not go into this now, and just say that Arthur will now move to the recommendation, tell you what policies we recommend so that member states can ensure a fair, just transition.
Thank you, Frank, and good afternoon also from my side. I hope you can hear me well. So it's a real pleasure to be here and introduce to you this council recommendation on ensuring a fair transition towards climate neutrality, of which the proposal was adopted, as Frank mentioned, back in December as part of the so-called second Fit for 55 package. And maybe to say, since the topic of this discussion is also just transition in the EU overall, this might be just one proposal, but its objective in the end is to also achieve a coherent and comprehensive approach to fair transition that ties together in an encompassing way also the existing work strands on just and fair transition at the EU level and even at the national level. So from a practical perspective, as Frank mentioned, the recommendation was first announced only in the Fit for 55 package of July, and with view already to adoption in December, also to really ensure that the social and labor aspects of the green transition are considered not only in the design of the proposals in the area of energy and climate, but already go hand in hand in a separate proposal as well. So as you can see in our timeline, back in October and November, the preparatory process involved already consultation with social partners at the European level, with civil society and a strategic dialogue with the member states and the employment committee, social protection committee, economic policy committee, and a general call for evidence to the public. And right now we are in the discussions with the member states in the Council Working Party, moving towards the summer together with the French presidency. So as you can see on the next slide, very briefly summarizing key positions from the stakeholders for context, and the full summaries are provided also in an accompanying staff working document. You can see that one key point raised by member states also now in the Council discussions is the possible administrative burden of a comprehensive governance and monitoring approach to progress made towards the green transition, but also, for example, the potential of available EU funding, and I will say a few more words about this in the next slides, that can contribute already to fair green transition. And on the other hand, from the social partners, we have strong signs for openness to mobilizing investments for the green transition, and to ensure its fairness, for upskilling and reskilling, for addressing skills shortages in sectors that contribute to climate and environmental objectives, but then also predictability of the transition, to be able to anticipate change and to prepare the workforce and companies for that. And in that respect in particular, there was a strong call from the union side for also binding frameworks for a just transition, on the one hand in general, but on the other also with regard to restructuring and anticipation of change in particular. And briefly on civil society, many different aspects, of course, raised, and this is not a complete summary, but in general, social inclusion of vulnerable groups and people in vulnerable situations, dialogue with stakeholders, with local authorities, and really an inclusive whole of society and economy approach, addressing, on the one hand, involving various stakeholders, but then also addressing these specific issues further. So to move on to the objectives of the proposal that was put forward in December. So I think what's important to stress is sort of this primary objective of living up to the promise of leaving no one behind. And this is not only about the people who have least capacities to adapt to change and ensuring that they're not left behind, but also a fair spreading of the costs of tackling climate change and environmental degradation, so mitigation, but also adaptation to climate change. And I think in that regard, not least the new IPCC report and this concept of maladaptation is a very topical contribution to the debate. But at the same time, it's also about putting in place accompanying policies that can help us make use and exploit the opportunities of the green transition. On the one hand, that means access to and participation in the green economy for everyone, but on the other hand, also supporting the green transition through employment and skills and social policies when it comes, for example, to skills shortages. So as Frank mentioned, this contributes to one of these key objectives of the Green Deal, which is fairness and solidarity, and it also contributes to implementing the European Pillar of Social Rights and its 20 principles, which is really the starting point for the architecture of this recommendation. So what we both alluded to before already was that there are a lot of existing tools, and we're of course not starting from scratch. Notably the Just Transition Mechanism, with its focus on the most affected territories within the EU, and in particular to support the energy transition. And then on the other hand, also, of course, as part of Next Generation EU and our response to the COVID crisis, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which has a strong commitment to the climate transition with even minimum targets, but also channels over 130 billion euros into specifically social objectives. And then, of course, there's the intersection of the two with, for example, over 10 of the RRPs, the National Recovery and Resilience Plans, contributing to green jobs and green skills specifically. So these are just two examples, but then there are, of course, the cohesion policy funds and many other instruments that we present in the staff working document. And secondly, EU policy guidance, not least Commission recommendations or also Council recommendations, especially in the context of the semester, already do sketch out a lot of guidance for national policies on the green transition, but also employment and social policies in the context of the green transition. And these are often drawn up in different contexts rather than an overarching focus on a national level long-term approach to fair transition that really tries to encompass all the necessary aspects, but they all contribute elements to such a comprehensive approach. And then, of course, the ILO guidelines from 2015 on just transition are a major point of reference also for us at the EU level. So as I mentioned, this contributes not least to also support for the green transition and the long-term path to 2050. In terms of key concepts, just to mention briefly, green economy is the one, but then the target groups that the policy guidance really has in mind when encouraging member states to take action. So these are, as it's defined in the text, people and households most affected by the green transition, and then among those in particular, people who are already in vulnerable situations and therefore have relatively low capacities to adapt to change. At the same time, there are the
Sorry, Arthur? From the regie, could I ask you to wrap up in the next 2-3 minutes, please?
Okay, I'll speed up. Thanks a lot. Then I will move on right to the summary of the proposal. And as you can see, there are three main elements: policy packages that are modeled along the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights, with four main areas: active support to employment in light of the impacts of the green transition, but also adaptation, education, training, lifelong learning, fair tax benefit systems and social protection, and essential services, especially keeping in mind energy poverty and transport poverty, housing as well, and in the context of the renovation wave. As concerns sort of enabling cross-cutting factors, there is exactly this whole of economy approach of involving social partners, civil society, having a coordinated approach to these policy packages, but also an evidence-based approach of gradually harmonizing within the EU definitions and concepts, ex ante and ex post impact assessments of green policies, but also for policy design of employment and social policies, research and innovation, and also public exchanges on the evidence base to make the link between these two dimensions. And then the third building block is to really tie together these existing instruments at EU level and to encourage member states to make use of them, but also to commit national resources to the fair green transition. And this would also benefit from drawing, for example, from resources from the emissions trading system to encourage this, what can be called revenue recycling, making use of revenues from climate and environmental action to address their social impacts, which is also shown in the literature to improve acceptance of policies. So, right, moving to the governance and monitoring of the recommendation, the semester is the main framework, but there's also the Energy Union and Climate Action Governance, notably with the National Energy and Climate Plans, which are to be revised in 2023, and really our 10-year plans to achieve climate, environment, and energy objectives. And so the social dimension in those is key as well. The follow-up actions are also outlined in the text, and these are very important actions on data and evidence, for example, on transport poverty, to get a better understanding of access to transport in light of the green transition, and many others. So as alluded initially, there is also the new context after the adoption of the recommendation of what's called Repower EU. And as you will have seen, put forward on 8th of March, this is an outline of a plan to make Europe also independent from Russian fossil fuels well before 2030. And at the Versailles summit earlier this month, the EU leaders welcomed this communication and the plan to put forward Repower EU by May. And there are many important elements also for a social dimension, raising the question if we accelerate the green transition also for the purpose of gaining energy independence in Europe, that the social dimension will be even more vital in such a situation. So this concerns the rollout of renewables, for example, through speeding up permitting, diversifying our gas supplies, and decarbonizing industry through electrification and green hydrogen, for instance. So this is a topic that is even more relevant and pressing today. And with that, I hand back to Frank for the final part. Thanks a lot.
Just a final sentence, because I think we have to wrap up. Thank you very much. Sorry for being a bit than expected, but as I said, these just transition aspects are increasingly important. I recognize across policy areas and also mainstream in other policy areas. On the slides, you do find a bit more references, for example, to possible support also in EU research and innovation policy. There are open calls also to involving stakeholders on how to help regions or cities to become climate neutral. So we invite engagement there, and we are also in contact at the international level, for example, mainstream just transition aspects in programming of programs within neighborhood countries or at the international level, a new partnership on just energy transition with South Africa or others, and also with the United States and Canada on a clean energy ministerial. So really try to mainstream these aspects also at global level in our international activities. I'll leave it there. Thank you much for your attention.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Frank. That was very, very detailed and comprehensive, and I think also people here in Tallinn, we can share the slides with you. I would like perhaps to give the opportunity, especially here to the room, as from the Commission we might be able in Brussels to speak to you more oftentimes, but perhaps here locally you might have questions or burning concerns that you would like to relay to Frank and the team. Is there any follow-up questions on the presentation? Yes, we have one.
Hi, Lorinas Vichunas from New Eastern Europe magazine. Just a quick question. Do you feel that, how will the war, do you feel anything about it? How will it speed up everything that you've been talking about? How much is the plan and the thing that you've presented for a normal situation as it was 4 weeks ago? Or how much is it, how much are you thinking about how to speed up the whole process and everything that you've been talking about in light of the uncertainty with the supplies and you know, the need for, I don't know, maybe some more industries back in Europe, meaning, I don't know, steel and other things? Thanks.
Dates from before, yeah, the start of the war indeed, and so does the recommendation. But the general focus, let's say, on the need for just transition policies, take into account social price impacts, social impacts, employment impacts of that transition does not change, on the contrary. And what the last slide in particular showed what's called the Repower EU Initiative. So this is the central piece of communication the Commission adopted last week, and is a plan which sort of kicks off a process now of a few weeks to develop very concrete proposals on how to implement that. The plan is proposed, which would be called Repower EU plan, by May, and this should set out all these concrete actions, and the acceleration is, I think, very significant. The target is to achieve independence well before 2030, by 27, to make a substantial change already before the next winter, ensure gas storage, improved gas storage capacity, and many other of the initiatives you see. So the acceleration is a very significant one, and its impacts plus indirect impacts the current situation has also on in other sectors like food prices or others has to be taken into account. Maybe just one last point. Between now and May, a lot of other things will come up and are announced in this plan. For example, initiatives on emergency measures member states can take to support households or companies facing these high energy prices, including through taxation measures. There's a new framework coming up for state aid, for example, adjusting. A lot of activities are coming out as we speak, and we're happy to share this with you, but I think there's a real sense of urgency and of a need to adjust all the tools we have to the need to accelerate the transition, while at the same time ensuring security of supply and food security, etc.
Okay, thanks a lot. Then I think we conclude here and start already with the next panel. And it's again, bear with us, the longer the day gets, the more physical it gets, but now we still have a lot of really good speakers who are going to join us online. But first of all, we're also going to have the input from Daniel Mood from the Central European University, and also research fellow from the World Economics Institute in Budapest. On the panel, we also have as the second speaker Alexandra Tomczak, member of the cabinet of Franz Timmermans, so the ones that actually are responsible for a lot of the Fit for 55 package that we have heard so much about. And then we go from science to policy and then to assessment by civil society. So we have here Joanna Mariatic, climate policy expert from the Estonian Fund for Nature, and Andrea Casamenti, just transition policy officer from the Solidar Trade Union Network. Okay, so I'm going to invite you here to me on the standing table, that we can start with your presentation.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for organizing this event that takes place at this crucial time when we need to significantly ramp up our climate ambitions in Europe amidst increasing geopolitical uncertainty and unprecedented challenges such as record high energy prices. In this intervention, I'm going to talk about the negative distributional impact of carbon pricing and how the revenue generated by carbon pricing policies can be used to offset these negative social effects and accelerate energy transition. My key message here today is that the strategic use of revenue is key to making carbon pricing policy outcome socially progressive, environmentally effective, and politically acceptable for citizens. Carbon pricing is appealing in theory, but its politics is very challenging. And the main reason for that is that it can be a very significant distributional impact of implementing environmentally effective carbon taxes or emission trading systems. What is more, low-income earners spend disproportionately more on energy and other basic goods, so carbon pricing effects tend to be regressive. This regressivity is translated into lower level of political acceptability because public thinks that this is highly unfair. Carbon pricing also affects other social groups negatively. For example, the elderly, populations in coal-dependent regions, as well as rural communities that are suffering from the additional problem of worse housing conditions and lack of low carbon substitutes, such as access to public transport. So these effects are highly negative, and in these days in Europe, this should be addressed and considered even more importantly, because the European Commission has proposed to extend the emission trading system to new sector, as we just heard. And these effects of this new emission trading system will be directly felt by European citizens. Possibly these effects can exacerbate existing energy poverty in Europe, which is already a reality for 40 million people. So the question arises, what can we do about it? How can we design these carbon pricing policies to make it socially tolerable, environmentally effective, but also politically acceptable for citizens? And my claim is that using the increasing revenue of carbon pricing is key to eliminating these negative social effects, to boost environmental integrity and make it politically acceptable. How to do that? So there are myriad paths to use this revenue in economically and socially productive ways. For example, we can reduce existing taxes on employment, or we can finance infrastructure projects, or we can improve our public healthcare and education systems. Today, there are a lot of voices in Europe that demanding that these revenue should be primarily spent on decarbonization efforts, so green projects such as energy efficiency programs, subsidizing clean energy, or renewable deployment. And I agree that from a perspective of environmental perspective, this is the most effective way of using this money, because we can multiply the positive ecological effects. First, by reducing emissions through price increase, and then invest the revenue into other green projects. However, I think what is equally important is to protect vulnerable groups from the negative price effects, because the benefits of most ecological investments materialize in the long term, but the social effects, the negative social effects already occurring in the short term. So compensation may come in very different forms, such as tax rebate or general transfers to households or energy bill assistance programs. Approximately using 25% of the revenue towards compensation would already make carbon pricing policy outcome progressive, and 40% would make the bottom 2 quintiles of the income ladder net recipients of carbon pricing, so they would be better off. If we do this, we can basically protect these vulnerable groups, we can change public perception on policy fairness, we can assemble a political coalition behind decarbonization efforts, and also we can decrease existing inequalities in society. I think what is, and basically if we spend 25 or 40% of this revenue on compensation, significant portion would remain in the budget to be spent on decarbonization efforts or addressing other socio-economic challenges, such as firms' competitiveness in the domestic and international market. And I think a particularly successful strategy politically can be to somehow integrate social compensation and green projects. What can it mean? For example, an income-neutral travel allowance in the transportation sector, or state-funded large-scale energy efficiency programs for poor households. And to conclude, I want to say a few words about how to communicate carbon pricing to citizens. So first, there's a clear economic case for carbon pricing implementation because the benefits already outweigh costs. Carbon pricing goes beyond mitigation because it produces various co-benefits for society. For example, it improves the quality of air, the water, and crucially today, it reduces our energy dependence. Secondly, we need to highlight these benefits to citizens. Secondly, as supporting renewables and other command and control climate measures are politically more popular among citizens, it's a good idea to frame carbon pricing as a tool to finance clean energy and improve socioeconomic conditions, for example, by providing better jobs. And lastly, be transparent about carbon pricing revenue use, because it can enhance the political acceptability of these policies and involve all social groups in the policy-making process to learn about their expectations, concerns, and effectively address them. Thank you so much.
Yes, Daniel, thanks a lot for this input. I guess we're going to have a discussion the jury is still out. There's a lot of different voices on carbon pricing as the instrument or not, but I keep those questions too for discussion. Now I would like to hand over again to our online participants, so to Alexandra, who's going to talk again about the just transition, but from a very different angle from what we heard from Frank before. So please, if you could, let me know if you're online. Yes, can we hear you?
Okay, great. Yes. I have a bit of an echo. I'm not sure how I can. Yeah. Oh, now it should be okay. Okay. Thanks a lot, and hello everyone online and in Tallinn. Nice to join you. My name is Alexandra Tomczak. I am part of the team of the Executive Vice President, Franz Timmermans, and I am here responsible for just transition and energy files as well in the cabinet. So I was asked to present the place of just transition in the European Green Deal and in Fit for 55. So I wanted to give you a very broad overview of how we approach the challenge of just transition throughout our policies. Because every now and then we fall into the trap of thinking, the Just Transition Fund is just transition under the European Green Deal, and that's it. And then everybody says that's not enough. When actually just transition is mainstreamed throughout our policy proposals. So I wanted to explain how we see this important priority being mainstreamed throughout what we do. Maybe starting with the most obvious one. If we have a climate neutrality target today, if we have a higher target for 2030 for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, it's because we think it is a part of the question of fairness not to put too big of a burden on the future generations and to allow them also to benefit from a livable environment and a livable planet. And we think that this intergenerational justice is one of the key reasons why we have to do what we are doing now and why we need to accelerate our decarbonization efforts. Secondly, there is a lot of, so the second dimension, just transition dimension of what we do, there is, of course, not everyone in Europe is starting from the same position. There are some countries that have more coal in the mix. There are some countries that are very much endowed with renewable energies, with hydropower that have been going on low carbon power for quite a while. So another aspect of this just transition is to make sure that it's just and achievable for every member state. And the way we approach this in our policies is by providing dedicated tools for those member states that have a more difficult starting point. For example, through the Modernization Fund, which allocates to the 10 lowest income member states a certain share of the emission allowances so that they can then reinvest it in the modernization of their energy sector. Another example is the effort sharing regulation. So the regulation that essentially governs all the emissions that fall outside of the ETS directive. Everything that is not an ETS installation is today covered by the effort sharing regulation. These emission targets depend on the level of GDP. So we are taking into account also the starting point from the point of view of the economic development. Not to let's say repeat also that all our cohesion policy is based on on the GDP of individual member states. So also here, knowing that a lot of that has to be mainstreamed and spent on climate on climate policies, that is also supporting specific member states that are starting from a more difficult position. And moving to the third dimension, regions. We realized that it was not enough to look at how different member states are performing or starting this transition from. We also have to go down to the regional level. Why? Because we have some regions where most of the employment is in fossil fuel industries and carbon intensive industries. And this is where the Just Transition Mechanism and the Just Transition Fund are relevant. So we created this as one of the first policy proposals under the European Green Deal to be able to support these coal and carbon intensive regions in the transition. We have three elements in this. As you probably all know, we have the Just Transition Fund, which is providing grants because we clearly need a grant type of support in these regions, whether it's for reskilling, whether it's some types of infrastructure as well. And then, so that's the first pillar of the Just Transition Mechanism. Then we also want to bring in private investments because we don't want these regions to have to rely on grants forever. We want them to be economically viable and thriving, so attracting private investments. And that's why we created this second pillar under InvestEU, the Just Transition Scheme under InvestEU, where specific amounts are allocated for just transition, and a region, when it is just becoming a just transition region, has also access to the just transition scheme under InvestEU. And then the third one are subsidized loans for public authorities, because we also know that the public infrastructure has specific needs in those regions. Very often it's, for example, heating that relies on coal, and this has to be changed to low carbon heating infrastructure, for example. So this is our approach to regions. But then with the Fit for 55 and the introduction of carbon pricing for buildings and for transport, we have yet another dimension of just transition that has to be tackled, and that is the one where different families in Europe, different households would be impacted differently, and typically the ones with the lowest income in the most energy inefficient housing will find it more difficult to cope with this carbon pricing proposal. So in order to respond to this challenge, we have proposed to establish a social climate fund. And in fact, I think that was mentioned by the person who spoke before me. In fact, when we did some modeling, some runs with the energy models and the economic models, we realized that these lowest income households can be actually better off under the Fit for 55 proposals, thanks to the Social Climate Fund. So if you use the revenues from carbon pricing, from the auctioning of emission allowances in these new sectors, and you target them to the lowest income households, they can be better off than they were before that carbon pricing was introduced. So we believe that it's socially a very progressive policy measure to establish a social climate fund. But of course, the assumption is that you have to commit to supporting the most vulnerable households in a targeted manner. So this is the dimension on individual households and citizens. But then another aspect of just transition is that everyone has to do their share. And by everyone, I mean all the sectors. I think until very recently, when we thought about clean energy transition or green transition, we would think about coal-fired power plants, gas-fired power plants. Well, now it has to go beyond the power sector. That's why we are extending this to buildings, to transport, both road transport, maritime, aviation, industry. All these sectors will have to play a role and will have to play their share, do their share of the job in reducing emissions. And that's also not only a question of economic effectiveness, but also fairness. So I have gone through 5 dimensions. I have another 2 dimensions that are very important. The international dimension of just transition. And this is the one that I think we have started discovering as we announced the European Green Deal, because very quickly we realized that a lot of countries outside of the European Union were actually concerned that we would become a green fortress and that we would no longer allow their exports to come to the European markets, and that the carbon border adjustment mechanism would be essentially protecting our own producers and therefore lock some of our partners out of our markets. So very quickly we started also reflecting, how to make the European Green Deal a motor of change internationally rather than a green fortress. And here is where we, for example, via the recent the EU-Africa summit, where we launched the EU-Africa Green Energy Initiative, we committed to, for example, step up our efforts on electrification and alleviating energy poverty in Africa via green energy, on cooperating with Africa on in areas such as green hydrogen, because that can not only be exported from Africa, it can also be the basis for industrialization of countries which are particularly well endowed with natural resources, with sun, for example. So, so there is this international dimension that is obviously there. Another side of things is what happens to the hydrocarbon producers. If we, as Europe, are moving away from hydrocarbons, then that would mean that some of our partners, especially in the Middle East, especially in the north of Africa, we would no longer be importing as much oil, as much gas as we were in the past. So another dimension of just transition is also working with these partners on a fair transition, and also helping them to diversify soon enough and make sure that their economies are not exclusively based on fossil fuel exports. And then finally, I think a dimension, 7th dimension, that is very important is participation and inclusiveness. Because you can be including, making sure that you have a policy that takes into account the interests of member states, of regions, of individuals. If you don't provide space for the people that are impacted and concerned to shape their own destiny, then this will not be seen as a just transition process. So this is extremely important. To give you an example, when we have been designing the Just Transition Fund, that's why we thought it was so important to make the just transition plans part of this, part of the governance, because we thought that it's extremely important to involve the stakeholders, the municipalities, the trade unions, in the shaping up of the future of the regions. And now, if I may come to conclusions, the world has not become simpler. It has become more complex. First of all, it has become more complex with the global pandemic, when already a lot of stakeholders out there were hoping that we would just put the Green Deal on the back burner and put it on hold for some time. This did not happen. The European leaders in member states and the European Commission decided to make green recovery the main axis of our recovery from that economic crisis. And now another challenge is in front of us. We are facing high electricity, gas, coal prices, high oil prices. The energy market is, one can say, really in crisis. we also are facing a security of supply crisis with most of our gas imports and oil imports coming from Russia. So this is adding to the complexity of the world in which we are navigating. But the answer again is to accelerate this transition. Why? Because we also realize that over-relying on fossil fuel markets, which are volatile in nature, is not serving our citizens, is not serving Europeans. So the European Green Deal moved in the space of the past 2.5 years from being already a very important European policy encompassing environment, transport, energy, and agriculture, to being really our recovery strategy, and also now a strategy to make Europe more resilient and more independent. So this is what we are working on right now. The Repower EU communication that we proposed last week proposes a plan to reduce our dependency on Russian gas. The leaders who met in Versailles last week made it clear that they want us to act not only on gas but also on oil and coal dependencies. So this is what we are working on right now, and what it means is really front-loading a lot of the transition that we were anyway working on. But now that the alternatives, fossil fuel alternatives, are so much more expensive, it also makes so much more economic sense for Europeans to be moving to these green solutions much faster, whether it's rooftop solar panels, whether it's more energy efficient housing. All of these measures are now becoming energy saving and money saving measures. So that really changes the reality in which we operate. And on one hand, it makes it more complex. On the other hand, it just makes the European Green Deal even more relevant from a social and economic perspective. So yeah, thanks. I would like to pause here and see if there are any questions. And yes, thanks again for inviting me.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think now we can go over from the presentation to a little bit to the assessment or the critical assessment, especially also here from Estonia with Johanna. If you could share your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. I'm not sure whether you can see me well. Can you hear me well? Can you give some notice?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very happy to be a third speaker here because I feel that quite a lot of my messages resonate quite a lot with what the previous speakers have already said before, namely that the European Green Deal has the potential to be both a very good solution to the ongoing climate crisis, as well as to help to lessen some of the existing inequalities in Europe. But however, in order to do so, concrete steps need to be taken to maximize both the environmental potential of the European Green Deal, as well as to better link climate and social policy. And in my short introduction, I would like to highlight three main points that I believe are central to this, and that shouldn't be forgotten. First of all, we need to broaden the concept of just transition very much, whereas currently often, at least in the sort of mainstream popular discourse, we mainly understand just transition in the context of exit from fossil fuels such as coal, or in the case of my home country Estonia, oil shale. This needs to be broadened to other sectors as well. So, for example, in Estonia, historically the sort of attention to the just transition has been overwhelmingly centered around the historical oil shale region in the eastern part of the country. And whereas this region is indeed facing very big challenges, it shouldn't be forgotten that the European Green Deal and climate policy also will have a profound impact outside of the energy sectors, such as to sectors like forestry, agriculture, or in the case of many Central and Eastern European countries, the automotive sector. And lastly, I think that, just one more note on just transition, I think, which was already highlighted before, but that increasingly just transition needs to be preventative measure to the extent possible, and not be solely reactionary only. Secondly, my second main point is that whereas we have a lot of talk about this, currently social issues are still not adequately enough linked to climate policy, both in the European Green Deal as well as in the proposed Fit for 55 package. And thus, as a result, often EU governments like to weaponize social issues to an extent when it's convenient for them, or when they want to resist social, or when they want to resist certain aspects of climate policy. But actually, there is quite little fully structured work, at least in the EU member states, going on actually making the social dimension more than an sort of afterthought of sorts. And this definitely needs to be factored into the ongoing policy discussions around the Fit for 55, but also more in general into the climate policy discussions. I think that the previous speaker highlighted this very well, that we fully need to integrate the social dimension everywhere into climate policy, and relying on the social climate fund alone will be not nearly enough. And third, my third and final message is that the local and national ownership of the European Green Deal is absolutely central. And if not carried out in a socially aware manner, climate policy could have the potential of widening the already existing social rifts, especially between rural and urban communities, as well as in between the richer and poorer member states in the Union. And therefore, when designing the necessary measures and policy interventions, the existing capabilities and differences need to be definitely accounted for, and to bring here another example from working on just transition issues here in Estonia, in our historical oil shale region. And this has been an issue for years, that the uptake of different kind of EU funding for building a renovation and fostering energy efficiency has been much lower than in the rest of the country. But solutions for countering that, such as the necessary awareness raising or some sort of guidance sessions for the local population, can best come from the local level authorities and not from Brussels. And I think that this highlights very nicely the fact how for the successful implementation of the European Green Deal that serves both the people and the planet, fostering local, regional, and then also national ownership of the European Green Deal is very much central and should be accounted for. But that's it from my side at the moment, but I'm very happy to take any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now, already, if you have questions, keep them in your mind, because now we have the last intervention from Andrea Casamenti from the Solidar and the European Initiative for Just Transition. So, Alliance, not initiative, sorry. So, Andrea, if you could share your thoughts.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, also from my side. I put a timer for 7 minutes, Andreas, but if I go overboard, please do interrupt me. First of all, a big thank you also from my side for the invitation. A big congratulations to FEPS for all the fantastic work that you do, and it's a big honor to also be part of this conversation. I'm indeed here on behalf of Solidar. I think some of you, or maybe many of you know us, but for those of you who do not, Solidar is a network of progressive civil society organizations, trade unions, social movements, and we are brought together by shared values of solidarity, of equality, and participation, with one common goal, which is to advance social justice in Europe, but also outside of Europe through international cooperation. And I think maybe with these few minutes, I want to pass two main messages. One is, a call for really stronger and stronger focus on just transition, and maybe also to bring up this issue of, or this topic of interdependence and interconnection. But before I get to that, I heard, and apologies, I joined a little bit later, but I heard also the IPCC report being mentioned a few times over the past hour or so. I think one thing that I wanted to highlight from the IPCC report is that, yes, it does paint a grim picture, but it also, for the first time actually, in a stronger way than before, it highlights some very important things also for Solidar. The fact that it's the most vulnerable people and weakest, and the systems with the weakest social protection systems that are the ones that are disproportionately affected by climate change. It also says clearly that climate action should focus on equity and justice. It mentions the need to develop solutions that also address social inequities, and mentions civil society organizations as key stakeholders in decision-making processes, financing, and actions against climate change. So in the spirit of this interconnection, I just want to say that I highlight how researchers, and I see that also Johanna also, but from Daniel also at the beginning, and data are backing more and more what civil society organizations, and in particular progressive civil society organizations like Solidar have been supporting and saying for a long time. And there is the need for a just transition in the broad term, in a broad sense, the fact that climate action must be an instrument to, of course, achieve the climate objectives, but also to reduce social injustices, to generate opportunities for the most disadvantaged, to improve people's well-being, their quality of life, their access to rights. So first, for us at Solidar, a just transition starts, first of all, with requires transformative systemic change. I know that we've been talking about this for a while, but I think it's important to repeat it more and more. And that starts for us with reshaping our economies, and with reshaping, it's really transforming them deeply. It means once and for all moving away from the capitalist model, which is oriented towards infinite economic growth, from neoliberal policies, from austerity measures, towards a socio-ecological economy, which is really centered around people and care, and in which both the well-being of both people and planet constitute really the framework for all policies. But we are here to talk about policy developments and the Green Deal in particular. And Alexandra earlier already mentioned how the European Commission mainstreams just transition. And I think from our side, the Solidar, we do see efforts, and we welcome efforts in EU institutions to mainstream just transition, and to ensure that there's this, that the policy measures and policy proposals do tackle the social dimension of the transition. However, we also believe that there are still quite a few limits, and also that the focus on a just transition is still not big enough to meet the challenge. And I like, for instance, how the EESC speaks of a green and social deal. We welcomed, for instance, the proposal for a council recommendation that the Commission indeed adopted back in December. And actually, we believe that some of the many of the proposals in the proposal, many of the measures are quite progressive, and we would like to see them also really implemented and developed also at European level. We all know that there's also issues of competencies, but we believe that that's a good direction. And the Social Climate Fund was mentioned. And in the case of the Social Climate Funds, for instance, of course, we know that there are discussions about the negative social impact of the Social Climate Fund. But we do believe that something like the Social Climate Fund is important, an instrument like the Social Climate Fund, and that therefore, when we hear that some member states are actually trying to kill the proposal, we are very worried, because the objectives of the Social Climate Fund are quite important to be achieved, and that it should really target the most disadvantaged, those who have been systematically disadvantaged, like rural and racialized communities. But I just also wanted to conclude, and I think I have 30 seconds left, by saying that how can we achieve all this? How can we ensure that policy measures, but also really when it comes to the implementation of the Green Deal, that we ensure a just transition? We are convinced that the way to do it is through coalitions and through alliances. Once again, also talking about interdependence between different sectors, between different types of organizations. That's why, for instance, Solidar launched, Andreas mentioned, the European Alliance for a Just Transition, where we brought together social movements, environmental and climate ones, also political groups and parties. And why not do something similar then in the Baltic region? I think that would definitely be a very important move, and working all together to ensure a just transition. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Andrea. I still have to keep this on so that you can hear me. Okay, then we could. It's not good. Perhaps here. Okay, now it's not slightly better. Okay, now I would ask the audience for questions. We've heard a lot about the design of carbon pricing policies, recycling. We've heard about the different dimensions of a just transition. We've heard some concrete examples, and then we've heard a call to action in the very last, and some critical assessment from Andrea. So here in the room, or also I think there's some participants still online, but I think there's more people in the room. Any questions or reactions? Yes, here.
I guess this question can be asked of all four panelists, but how do they suggest balancing the need for local just transition with the need for international just transition, especially regarding the external measures that the Fit for 55 has, like the EU CBAM, which will be applied to least developed countries and therefore maybe hinder a just transition abroad? Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Any taker for the question? Yes, Alexandra, I'll give you the floor.
So if I understood correctly, how do you reconcile the local and the international just transition? Well, and then you mentioned the specific example of CBAM. The whole point of CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, is to make sure that whatever rules and requirements we impose on our own industry, we also expect the same from the products that are imported into the EU. So the aim here is not really to protect the industry as such. It's to make sure that we have a safe environment here in the EU for companies to invest in a green transition, and without being worried that they will get out of business or be put out of business because of unfair international competition. So products that are coming into the European market that are not subject to the same rules as the ones produced outside. And the way we do it, we of course would be extremely difficult to do that for absolutely everything. So we are starting with a list of products that we are targeting, including electricity, for example, and a number of other products. And we're taking a progressive approach whereby we're giving some time for a number of years for the importers to be able to prepare for that change. So, well, for us, it's a little bit like when you have coal mines closing in Germany, and on the other side of the border they are not closing according to the same timeline. So you have in one member state of the EU the coal mines closing, and then the coal miners see that on the other side of the border coal mining continues as before, and of course that is not seen as just, because it's not a coordinated action. Why do I have to close my coal mine when my neighbor is continuing with the coal mining? So the broader the scope, I think the easier it is also to make this transition locally acceptable. So I wouldn't really see a tension here between the two. In an ideal scenario, we should all be moving ahead at a fair speed, depending on our starting point. We cannot expect everyone to be able to achieve the same results already from tomorrow, but at least we are all engaging in this process and moving at a speed that is sustainable for everyone. I would say that the broader the scope of this transition, the easier it is locally to make it fair and acceptable.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yes, Daniel, you also have an answer. Please go closer to the... I know.
Okay, that's a great question. And I think implementing the CBAM is really important. It's necessary to be able to implement these ambitious climate policies in Europe. But there are two main problems with the current proposal of the Commission. First, it doesn't make a difference between developing and developed countries. So basically it goes against the basic principle of international climate change treaties of the common but differentiated responsibility. So how you can handle this problem is, for example, through the revenue, sorry, always coming up because this is my research interest, but one way of doing this in a more just way is to give back the revenue from CBAM through different mechanisms to developing countries. For example, providing grants or different financial transfers to be spent on green projects and decarbonization efforts, especially to help hard to abate industrial sectors to decarbonize, for example, in India or Bangladesh. So I think there are two main challenges here to somehow make this distinction between developed and developing countries, because it's not fair to have the same kind of carbon content for American or Indian products, and the second, do something productive, environmentally productive with the revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a reaction from you, Alexandra, to the criticism, or?
And I guess it all depends on, how do you earmark certain funds? Do you follow let's say the euro that is taken through CBAM and then put exactly that euro into investing in countries that are impacted, or do you take a more flexible approach, which is actually the one that we have taken? For example, in the last climate change negotiations, we have pledged more money for climate, international climate finance, and more money for the adaptation effort. If we had waited for CBAM to generate revenues, we wouldn't have been able to increase this funding. So I think we totally agree with the point that you need to support countries that are struggling most with this transition, and this is what we are doing through our development and partnership policy. But then, do you really need to wait for CBAM to be implemented in order to do that? Well, we think that there is no need to do that, and we have already increased our climate spending last year from the international objective of raising $100 billion of climate finance. The EU is the region in the world that has done its share. So we have done our share, and we are looking forward to doing even more. But yeah, on the technicality of it, does it have to be the exact same euro? We didn't make such a proposal, but the principle is one that we believe in, and we are implementing already now.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. I think now we have another voice from the Zoom, where is Bela Galgocci from the European Trade Union Institute, who, if you can unmute you, and then we can have your comment. We can't hear you still.
If I have a few words or a question. Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, good. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Actually, I am forcing for an input later. I would only like to raise a question as long as colleagues from the Commission are around. To this debate. So first on the CBAM, I would like to say we had a project and now we have an econometric simulation on the possible effects of CBAM, and what was coming out of this, that the effects of CBAM would be more indirect, so on Europe itself, in terms of the revenues raised by CBAM, and these extra revenues are the ones that will create jobs in the entire economy. But the model doesn't expect any job creation in those industries that are affected, because the main expectation was to prevent carbon leakage, and that's why safeguard workplaces in those particular sectors. So it is not really expected to have a positive impact in terms of employment on those energy-intensive sectors that are part of CBAM. It is more an indirect effect. So that is just one thing. And there are some risks related to the CBAM in terms of, embodied emission in imports and how that can affect value change in Europe. That would be one thing. The other remark would be on the general debates on just transition and how the European toolbox can be seen. And we have been talking about a lot of things, but so most of the funds, and especially the Just Transition Fund, is really targeted on the energy and particularly the coal sector. Of course, for the regions, that is absolutely justified, important. But we have to see that coal-based energy is a very small fragment of the European economy, even if that is, of course, concentrated on regions. So it's really a small thing. There are areas, for example, the automobile sector that has 14 million jobs and is subject to an incredibly challenging transformation. It is not a carbon-intensive sector because the sector itself is not carbon-intensive, and that's why it is not seen as subject of any just transition policy, but the product is carbon-intensive, and that's why the whole industry has to change. And millions of jobs need to change, and quite, many will be also lost. And that's why it would be important to address the challenge in the automobile sector. And I don't want to make any comment now on the Social Climate Fund, which is, of course, a very good thing to have. But in order to compensate the effects of the ETS2 for the lowest 5 income deciles, we would need more revenue recycling than certainly the 25%, that's the European level. And if we just expect from the member states to do what they can, we know very well that member states are very different. Member states have different capacities, different ambition, different willingness. So if you just let it for them, it could raise another wave of differentiation and divisions in Europe, because those that would need the most compensation would be less capable of mobilizing any further. So that's quickly, sorry for it was longer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now, I think also very good points in terms of the whole complexity of this kind of second round effects that we might not see if we only look at the kind of carbon intensity per sector. We're going to have a presentation later on by Timo Karl, who's going to look into this, so stay on, please. Is there any further last questions from the room? Otherwise, I might have one or two to the panelists. Okay, one question I put perhaps for Daniel, but also for Alexandra, is about the ETS2. How impactful would it be if we dealing here really, I mean, perhaps I haven't looked so detailed into the modeling, but the kind of intuition is if you have kind of a low price elasticity in say, heating, people are just going to have to pay more rather than being able to get a new heater just because there is no supply for updating this or no capital from the people. So I'd like to know what is the thinking here? Does this incentive shift here really work, or is this something where carbon pricing might actually not to be an alone the silver bullet or this kind of central policy that it is sometimes presented at the European Union level? The other question, of course, for any of the takers would be, we've heard about the Repower EU as the reaction to now speed up even more because we are facing energy security issues and energy is becoming more and more expensive. Perhaps it will be so secularly because I mean it has been very cheap during the last 200 years of economic expansion. But how is the question, is this one definitive break? Because we've had COVID, we had the financial crisis, we had already the Russian aggression before. Is this now the paradigmatic shifting things, and where do we move now there in this new situation? What would be your assessment there? Can you, perhaps on the carbon pricing, that might be Daniel, might be the guy to know.
Okay, so maybe Alexander knows this better than I do, but the whole idea behind introducing another ETS in the building and transportation sector is that in the ETS1, the emissions from energy-intensive industries and heating and electricity generation emissions fell sharply in the last 20 years. However, in the building and transportation sector, the emissions actually increased. So enrolling these two sectors into the emission trading system, we make sure that the emission won't increase, because how the emission trading system works is that we determine a maximum level of emissions. This is the cap, which reduces over time. And of course, the problem in these sectors that this price inelasticity, however, we raise substantial revenue that can be used actually, for example, for insulation for poor households especially. So it's a new source actually to be spent on decarbonization. It won't be sufficient alone, but the European Commission also proposed, and I think Alexandra can talk more about it, in different funds to support this transition. So it's better to look at the ETS2 as a supplementary policy, which is different than the role it plays in ETS1. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation. Johanna, yes, I give the floor to you.
The ETS2 also something that I think that most of European environmental NGOs have been advocating for is that the ETS2 can only be a complementary measure on top of the sort of existing nationally binding emission reduction targets such as we currently have set by the effort sharing regulation, but we shouldn't solely rely on carbon pricing when it comes to reducing any emissions in these kind of sectors, and thus currently we have the confirmation from the Commission that the nationally binding targets under the ESR would be kept in place under 2030, but also further clarity also post 2030 is very crucial, because for example currently the effort sharing regulation is this one sort of policy component of the EU climate policy that is really incentivizing national ownership and taking charge of reducing emissions in one country, and thus keeping this is very important when we want to make solid progress on the climate policy in the very much longer term, also post 2030.
Okay, thank you very much. I think now we have the other two panelists with Alexandra and Andrea also, and then perhaps we take this as a closing statement and close the panel. So first, Alexandra, sorry.
I will have to leave after this because I have another meeting. But I wanted to touch base on these two issues that were raised. One, saying coal regions are just a small share of the EU economy, and the scope is not broad enough. This is that essentially the scope of the Just Transition Fund is not broad enough. And well, when we have done our modeling, the reason why we have focused on coal and carbon intensive regions is because for coal regions we have seen the most dramatic decrease in employment as a result of what we are doing, and that's really the reason behind it. We have modeled this, we have run our scenarios, and we have seen that from all the industrial sectors, this is where you really see the biggest dent in employment. Also very concentrated employment, very often in regions where there are not many alternatives, especially lignite regions where they're not industrial regions. They're very often rural regions in which you have lignite production and electricity production. So that's the reason why we started with this. But I think nobody has any illusions that just transition is not just something that we do now and then in the next commission we tick the box and we say, okay, we have done just transition. It's going to be a long process, and there will be different sectors that will be more exposed as we go forward. So I think those who specialize in just transition have can observe this process for a very long time, because it is going to change over time, and the challenges that we have to face are going to change. On ETS2, a lot of discussions on whether carbon pricing is the right thing to do. Should we be doing it at all? Again, we and I think my boss, the executive vice president, said we are open to listening about alternative ideas, but the condition is that whatever we propose has to allow us to reach our climate neutrality target and the targets we set in 2030. When we have analyzed the different policy options, going only for regulations without any carbon pricing meant that everyone is paying even a higher price. Because that means what? That means, for example, banning gas-fired boilers, banning coal-based heating, simply banning it by regulation. And then you have absolutely no revenue via which you can support the vulnerable consumers to you have no revenue via which you can do a redistribution, basically. So regulations are ruthless, and and they don't generate additional revenues. You can go down that path, but you have to realize that if you go down that path and you still want to achieve your objectives, then that will make it difficult for all the households, including the vulnerable households, without having additional revenues to support them. So when we have done this analysis, we came to a conclusion that you need a mix. You need a mix of regulations and carbon pricing. If you don't have a mix, you will not achieve an optimal result. You will not be able to go through an optimal pathway. So that's what we have put on the table. I think there is sometimes this agreement that carbon pricing is not ideal, but also lack of consensus. And what would it be? What would be the alternative that would be better and that would still allow us to reach our goals? Because the fact that we need to reach our goals is, I think, non-negotiable for this community, but also for the EU. Now that we have the EU climate law, we have put it in legislation, we have to get there, and that is something, fortunately, that nobody is negotiating right now. So yeah, that's my contribution. I'm very sorry I will have to leave now, but thank you once again for your invitation.
Thanks a lot. Have a good next meeting. Great contribution. And now we go to Andrea before we close.
Last few seconds also from my side, maybe using this time to say that for us, the ideal European Green Deal would be one that really is led by the European Pillar of Social Rights. We have the European Pillar of Social Rights. However, we feel that way too often in proposals, but also in the implementation, it's not really guided by the pillar. So we would like to see proposals and policies and measures under the Green Deal that also really help advance and achieve the objectives of the pillar and its action plan. So we will work, I think, with all the other stakeholders within the European Alliance for a Just Transition, but also with the institutions towards that goal. And thank you very much again for the invitation.
Okay, then thanks a lot for the panel. Thanks a lot for the audience for listening so attentively and for your questions. And now we have a coffee break of about 10-15 minutes, and then we reconvene here without Zoom, or still available for online people, but then all the panelists will be here in the room.
Welcome back to this second session. Welcome to all of you here and to those that follow us via Facebook and Twitter and via Zoom. Thanks a lot. It was a rich discussion in the morning, and the first part at least. And we will have another rich discussion in the second part of the afternoon, and a very interesting kickoff. Thanks to the work of SAMAK, and we are very happy to have Jan-Erik Storstad here with us, the Secretary General of SAMAK, as also Vice President of FEPS and our Treasurer. You will help us somehow to get inputs on very smart solutions that the Nordic have already put in place and strategies. So in order to kick off the following discussion, we will look a little less at what the Commission is already proposing at the climate targets. We will look instead at the employment, social and regional implications of the climate transition. And I think that that is one of the core preoccupation as well of the Nordics, and particularly of the socialists in the Nordic. So Jan-Erik, I give you the floor. Thanks for being here and for the interesting publication you led.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege being here. As David said, I'm Secretary General of SAMAK, which is the Nordic trade unions and social democratic parties, their cooperation committee, and also Vice President of FEPS. And the topic I'm going to talk to you about is green just transition in the Nordics. So that means it's a regional take, a sort of introduction to this session. And I asked for only 10 minutes, and I must admit, when I prepared this speech, I regretted that. You know, it's difficult to say much in such a short time. But my aim is just to present a condensed version of our political narrative and strategies for green transition in the Nordics. Let me say that the war in Ukraine will have large impacts also in the Nordics, but I will leave that aside for others now. And to be honest, it's really only 2 to 3 years ago that since the Nordic labor movement really woke up and put the green transition on the top of the political agenda. And only then, as a movement, we understood how profoundly the green transition will permeate the whole society for decades, and the explosive political power of this issue as well. And we also understood that this has, more than before, I think, that this issue also have a sort of, in addition to other dimensions, has also a right-wing, left-wing, or ideological part of it, which we should not underestimate. It's about the role of the state, how much the state and how much we should leave to the individuals and to the markets to solve the problems. And this is very fundamental to also to this question. We understood also that, yes, we have to stop global heating, but we also have to stop the destruction of nature. And this was something new for many of us. I think these two issues are so related and so important, both of them. So we had to develop a red and green platform for the progressives in the Nordics. And our main strategy is really simple. It's put the Nordic model to use, put it to work. Just to remind you, the 3 basic pillars of the Nordic model, it is sound economic governance, one pillar, with getting more, as many as people in work as possible. Then this generate tax receipts so that you can finance a good welfare state and also free or cheap education. That is the second pillar. The third pillar is the organized world of work with the robust and responsible social partners, trade unions and employers organization, and they take care of or make us have a decent labor market, but even more important, raises the lowest wages. This makes the firms rationalize. They have to rationalize or they go bust. And this keeps the economy getting even more and more productive as time goes by. So that is sort of the Nordic, in a way, unique miracle, how you get both a fair but also a productive economy. So that is sort of the pillars of the Nordic model. So how do we activate this when it comes to the green transition? I'll mention five ways. First, we utilize the cooperation with the social partners. This identifies solutions at firm levels, but also at the national level. At the same time, it increases support and legitimacy for tough or harsh measures when that is necessary. So, and we also look at the workers, that's the main thing, look at workers as climate solvers. The workers are not part of the problem, they are a necessary part of the solution. And they should also perceive themselves as such. This is how we try to implement it. That's the first one. The second one is obvious. We require that the green transition is a fair transition. That means when we design climate measures, but also important to implement compensating measures. However, it's not always, and many times not feasible, to have compensating good, precise measures. So more and more in the Nordics, we link the green transition to a more general policy of a fairer society. That means pushing for, via the labor market, wage formation, via tax measures, via the measures in the welfare domain. It's important to not only think of a just green transition, but a just society as a whole. Third, education, 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 and training. That's very, very important. Things are going to change. The needs are going to change a lot, and we try to use the cooperation with the social partners to define what it will be needed, and also get in place schemes for that through the education system, but also in the labor market. Fourth, we try to take advantage of the Nordics being tech optimists. You may remember the former Swedish Prime Minister Stefan Löfven is fond of saying, we are not afraid of new technologies, we are afraid of old technologies. So this means that we emphasize it's good to be a first mover, the first mover advantage, and the creating jobs aspect. 5, and the last one, share ideas and examples. So the Nordics countries, I don't know how you view them, but they are very different. So it's important to learn from each other. And the report we have made, which David mentioned, is called the Just Green Transitions. It has some of the things I've been saying now, but it's also a lot of examples from the Nordics countries of specific things we have done in the different countries. So sharing ideas is also necessary between the Nordics and other countries. So it's copy pasting is never a good idea, and especially when it comes to sort of copy pasting societal models. That's impossible. So it's not about that, but it is decisive to look across borders for new ideas on narratives, strategies, and measures. So the Nordics, as the rest of the world, has really only just started. And it's a tough quest, of course, but the train is certainly leaving the station in the Nordics. And experience tells us that when the whole labor movement in the Nordics really get behind and take action, then something happens. So we are optimistic. Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jan Erik. And this is for me the moment to invite here on the stage the experts for the next panel, starting from Kaisa van Aten, Head of Policy and Planning at the SDP, the Social Democratic Party of Finland. Thank you, Kaisa. Maybe you can come close to me here, and I will give you the floor first. So I will invite you here on stage, so we continue the example from the Nordics after Jan Erik. Timo Karl, a policy analyst from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung Competence Center, Just Climate, one of the 4 freshly created, the great competence center of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. Thank you, Timo. Felicitas Sommer, Head of Sustainability at Research Asset Impact. Thanks a lot. And we are extremely glad of having here with us Evgeny Osinovsky. I will have probably not pronounced your surname correctly, but thanks for taking the time from your work at the parliament here. He's a member of the Social Democratic Party of Estonia and of the parliament. We have heard that there are big implications for this necessary climate transition. And big implications are somehow relevant in different fields because they are somehow transforming the way in which society, organization, people, business operate. And each transition is impacting in some case, we know it already very well, a little bit more on those that are already more vulnerable. And in this case, we are talking about workers that were already not in the best working conditions. We are talking about regions that were probably not the most flourishing one. And it is the responsibility of the politicians as well as the progressive family to have responses that make people, regions, businesses that see the transition as a threat to actually understand that is more of an opportunity. So big issues, and I would like to ask to all of you 5-6 minutes of inputs. Maybe you can even come closer to the laptop. You can maybe stand for the first round. Each one of you, I would ask you to stand, and then instead, when we interact, we will sit all together. Kaisa, I leave you the floor, and I leave you also the little presentation of the work done on regional inequalities, because we knew that is a problem, has not been addressed yet, and perhaps it will be also worsened by the climate transition.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much for the invitation for FEPS and FES, and also for our Estonian hosts. It's always very lovely to be here in Tallinn. I'm a big fan of the city and the country, and for us Finns, it's so easy to come here, so it's wonderful. But it's the first time I've been outside Finland since the COVID started, so I'm especially glad to be here with you and see people face to face. There's been so much of the virtual things. Also, I got a couple of slides just so that, because I know you've been listening to speaking quite a bit now, and also perhaps if you kind of feel a bit tired, at least there's some pictures to look at. So I was asked to talk about the Unequal Finland report, which we did last year. I was still then working at the foundation, when we started the project in Finland, in Kalevisaarsa Foundation, which did, together with FEPS and FES, this report. So I have a couple of slides on that. I will be very brief. I will try to stick to my 5 minutes, so I will only show you very limited parts of it. But, and this is specifically about Finland, but I believe that some of the issues that I will raise here are actually something that are valid for the European countries. The report itself was measuring the inequality, regional inequality in socioeconomic terms. So itself, the report does not have aspects of climate change or green transition in it. Especially and if we were doing it now, we started it a couple of years ago, if we were doing it now, we would actually include the issue of energy poverty or energy availability, energy prices in it. But this is an issue that actually has not existed in Finland. So we really haven't had the question of energy poverty before this winter. This is the first time that it is a discussion, a political discussion in Finland, and it is really the first time that we are really facing it, both the transportation poverty and the energy poverty issues. So unfortunately, this was done before and it's not really in there. So, okay, first about Finland. I think that we all know that Finland is a very well-off country. It's a prosperous country. It fares very well in most of the measures of equality, prosperity, and welfare. But we also perhaps know that Finland is, yeah, you can actually, or can I do it here? Yeah. You probably also know that Finland is very, very large country. Finland is a country size of Germany with 5.5 million people, so people of Berlin spread around the entire country, I think is a kind of close picture of it. So that kind of changes the dynamics of welfare state somewhat from the Central European countries. And what in this report that we did, we were able to show really well is that despite the fact that we fare very well on kind of national averages on welfare, on wealth, on prosperity, if you look at the picture inside the country, if you start looking at the regional differences, then you actually get a very different picture. And these reports that have not only been made of Finland, there's also available there one on Estonia, and I think altogether now from 8 countries, if I'm not mistaken. And I think in most of them it shows the same. It is a very different thing to look between the countries and inside the countries. And I think this is something that was well shown here. This is the outcomes. We divided Finland into 4 different areas. And I think it shows also the other side of what I was saying, that we're a very well-off country. We're also a very large country with very sparsely placed population. If you look at the country, the map, those, it doesn't really show that well, but there's darker and lighter green areas, which are actually relatively small areas of the country. You have about 4.5 million people living in those areas. And then all of the purple and yellow, which is vast majority of the country, you have about 1.5 million people, 1.5 million people living in there. So that means that the people are very concentrated, and there are vast differences between areas of living, and a lot of the country is very sparsely populated. So what that means and what it does is that it creates a state in which the socioeconomic differences between the areas of living are very varied. And in addition, I think when we've been discussing today also about the current situation internationally, I think it's also quite clear that we share one of the longest borders in Europe with Russia, so there's over 1,300 kilometers of it, and as that map shows very clearly as well, a lot of it is in the areas which is very, very sparsely populated, which has then in the last 4 weeks or so become a massive political issue as well. So it's not that the regional disparities discussion is not just about the socioeconomic issues, it's not just about climate issues or transition issues, it's also about security issue, which I think here in Estonia you would know very well as well that this geographical positioning is important. I'm not going to run through the entire report. I will only show you the last of our clusters, which is the lagging areas, because this is something that I want to say a few words about. As I mentioned earlier, if we did this report today, we would have added the issue of energy into the picture because it changes this. Actually, it would increase the effects of the report as we did, because as I mentioned, this year is the first year that we're really discussing energy poverty and transportation poverty in Finland, as well as which has been a big debate across Europe in the past as well. Finland is a country of large distances and low concentration of people. It leads to dependency on oil and wood in heating, and also necessity to use personal car. For example, traveling 100 kilometers one way to work is not that uncommon. It's actually very, very common, and without public transportation in areas where there are very few people, that leads to climate issues then as well. So, and these are issues that are not going to disappear. The issue of energy or transportation poverty might be something that is new to us, but it is something that is going to be with us for longer term, not only because of the climate change, but also because of the current war and effects of that. So what I want to draw as kind of conclusions from this and bring it to the discussion that I hope that the experts that we have here will have a lot better and kind of more in-depth examples of issues and examples, kind of solutions for perhaps, is that if we want to bridge the issue of regional disparities, which is clear also in Finland, and if we want to close the gap between the different groups of people, at the same time as we want to respond to the climate crisis, we have to be successful in extending the green energy transition in socially just way also to heating and transport as soon as possible. In Finland, we've done a lot with this governmental mandate, for example, on investing in heating solutions, biothermal heating and so forth, which is something that in the previous panel was mentioned, is that it's not just about carbon taxation or increasing the prices. You have to do it in a way that people do actually have an ability to change the way they're heating, and that's what we're trying to do, but it is clearly not very easy. But what I would claim also that if we don't manage to answer both of these questions, socially doing this social justice way, the green transition, we also have in our hands a democratic issue. Because we can easily see across Europe how easy it is for the populist movements to capitalize on the events of the kind of energy transition issues or high energy prices, high transportation prices, and that becomes then a democratic issue for the legitimacy of the achieving the climate goals. I think I have quite a bit here still, but I think I've used my time pretty much. So I think I just want to say as a final message that, or kind of the point, that you can see here that even the wealthiest countries, the transition touches different groups of people very differently. And therefore it is a need for us to make sure that the transition is fair everywhere, to maintain the social cohesion and maintain the democratic support for the work that is done. And finally, the Green Deal or just transition, it is not just about the climate change and climate targets. It's not just about the social justice aspect of it, or just about the security, but it is connected to pretty much everything that we do in the society. Sometimes it makes it feel extremely complex and somewhat messy, but we cannot forget that unless we actually succeed in achieving the climate goals and actually doing the just transition, then I think these other issues will be some of our biggest problems. Thanks.
Thank you, Kaisa. While I invite Timo to join me here, yes, I have to confirm that what we have done, FEPS with the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung, is quite a nice and large project on 8 different countries, on eight different countries. looking at the interplay between social and regional inequalities. So you have the unequal Estonia report printed here. I will show you the map, similar to the one that you have shown now for Finland, also for Estonia. So we will get maybe a feedback or an input. And as well, at the end, we've done a summary, if you want, of the lesson learned from different countries in a unique volume that puts together the common trends that affect Europe, for which, given that are common and affect all European countries, we hope that also the European Commission, the European Union, can support and avoid a worsening in certain worrisome trend. Timo, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here and to contribute to this panel. Even when I'm not an expert on the Nordic or Baltic perspectives, I will be happily learning a lot about it today. So I will bring in some European perspectives, some also Western European perspectives to the discussion. Jan, I liked it a lot when you said, or when you spoke about the tech optimists. I'm a tech optimist too. And I think also the panels today, the discussions today, they showed if it's possible for us to establish a kind of European social, ecological dialogue which brings progressive politics for the future, then we also have a lot of chances along this energy transformation. I'm always a big fan also to highlight the chances. I know that the challenges are huge, immense, and that the tempo, the speed in which we have to transform our industries, our societies, it's a huge challenge. But there are also a lot of chances to create a better Europe for us all, and I think it's always necessary to highlight this if we manage it, to make it in a social just way. So I only have 6 minutes. I calculated with at least 10, so I have to speed up a little bit. But we heard already a lot of things in the afternoon, which I also wanted to say in the beginning, so I can speed up with this. The Ukraine war shows in a dramatic way the importance of our discussion here, and the urgency is now even higher. It's not two sides, it's two sides from one coin. So we have to speak about energy security, and we also have to speak about the climate topic in the same time. Unfortunately, we cannot skip one of those topics for later, but we have to tackle them together. And that, I think that's also what Franz Timmermans, who was cited already today, wanted to point out with his speech. Today, I want to focus in my speech on what I call the dual transformation. So it's not only the energy transformation, but also, of course, the labor market is changing a lot. We speak about the job transformation along this energy transformation. And in this process, which is coming now to the agenda. I think we heard this in the afternoon, that also the Commission is dealing now with this topic. Also, I see that the public debate is now going into this direction, but this is only since a short time. It was a problem which we, for a long time, did not face in a manner in which we should. And there were also in single countries mistakes which were making in the past. So, for example, in Germany, if I am allowed to bring in this perspective, we had a huge photovoltaic sector in the beginning of 2000s, and I think most of you heard about it. But then, due to not reliable political frameworks, this industry was really cut, and now a lot of photovoltaic production is in China. Most of it, and I think it's not under the better working conditions than it was before in Europe. So this is one warning example, and we should not repeat these mistakes along the transformation processes in the single countries again. So yeah, the skilled workers are an underestimated key factor for the energy transformation. So we lack actually very good overviews of numbers, what is missing in Europe. We also miss some numbers in single countries, what is missing, but I can give some examples which show the urgency of the topic. So, for example, in Austria, it was pointed out to fulfill the photovoltaic, what is needed to rise up, they need installateurs or more installateurs by factor 4 to 5. In Germany, when we speak about heat pumps, we have targets till 2030, how many heat pumps we want to install. We miss 60,000 manufacturers just for this one single task. So you see the tasks are huge. In Europe, around 160,000 green jobs, according to the European Commission. Around 160,000 green jobs will be created. I'm a little bit cautious with this topic created because they are not, or the most of the jobs are not completely new, they are transformed. And this is actually, I'm guilty now for bringing examples myself from the renewable and from the green industries, but we have to speak about nearly every job sector, which is somehow transforming, changing along these challenges, and we have to think about that. So I will skip these examples. I put here just for you 3 very different examples to show that it's not only about the green industry, but for example, also in the fashion industry, we speak about new value chains which have to be established, a new way of thinking which has to be established. But due to time, I will skip a little bit to this a graphic which is from the International Labour Organization, which points out one more time that you see the new jobs. This is the dark green. It's not a majority. The majority is new. What do we have? But it should be the transformating jobs, right? You see also that jobs are destroyed, but the gain, on the other hand, is bigger. The European Skills Agenda, I think this was not too broad in the afternoon till now, but it's another instrument from the European Commission. Till now, only 500 organizations signed up this skill agenda. And one of my theses is that this European Skills Agenda, which is an important framework, should be connected in a stronger way to other funds like the European Cohesion Fund. So the European Cohesion Fund is supporting countries which are with their GDP under 90% of the average of the European Union. And I think if we see that only 500 organizations signed it, and we don't want to broaden the gap between progressive and progressive countries in this sense and countries which lag behind, we should think about how can we better connect these different agenda frameworks and funds. Last but not least, my key messages: the European framework is very important. We heard it, and the European Commission is playing a progressive role, I think, in at least some of those questions. But when it comes to the labor policy, it's especially about the national governments, and they are called upon to set reliable framework and to think this energy and climate transformation as a whole. So not only the labor market policies, which should be created progressive, because I think if it's designed progressive, then also we will face or we will have more chances than challenges. But also with reskilling and upskilling, it's only one part of the whole picture. The other part is that we have to overthink how can we empower social groups which are not yet have the possibility in many European countries to participate in the same way. I speak about women, I speak about different migration groups, they need to be empowered. Barriers for their participation must be lowered. This is not only a social question, what is important enough, it's an economic necessity that we can continue and that we can fulfill this energy transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. It is now time to give the floor to Felicitas, that I would love to invite here. I'll give you the mic directly.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. And I'm an anthropologist, and in my dissertation, I investigated how intransparency of land ownership structures and land concentration is due to how state registers are built up and how regulation is developed, and how again regulation depends on intransparency and on knowledge infrastructures. So today I want to invite you to look at the data architectures that are behind the regulation we want to build up, and how they influence how we can really make it work. So currently we are watching two big transitions unfold, the green transition and the digital one. And they are followed by an increasing awareness that this is not only an issue of privacy protection, but of democracy and sustainability. To achieve the goals of the European Green Deal, the EU wants to mobilize capital into sustainable investments. Activities like green and social bonds, reporting standards for green investments, and the EU taxonomy require data about companies, regions, and economic processes. So datafication, AI, platformization, big data, they shape how sustainable finance practices and investments and their prediction and decision-making processes are developed and designed. And these will lead to a huge increase in data and analytics on economic, social, and governance aspect. So sustainability governance therefore needs to entail data governance and vice versa. I think this is not yet reflected in the sustainable finance debate or regulation debate, but will become more urgent as the EU taxonomy's social ecological classification system is now complemented with a social taxonomy. Let me give an example. A municipality emits a social bond to finance social housing with, let's say, AI-optimized heat regulation. They have a contractor that installs the sensors and manages data of 47,000 flats in the city. This enables to analyze, predict, and influence energy consumption patterns of individuals very accurately. While this is a municipal project, different actors are involved at many points, making data production a hybrid effort and distribute data rights and access of information. So this poses a lot of questions regarding digital responsibility along the data production cycle. Necessary for designing sustainable standards for decision-making, like the EU taxonomy, which is basically like an algorithm of decision-making based on sustainability data, is to consider the effects and impact of the classification system itself, understand its limitations, and consider it as something that operates in combination with other sustainability instruments. This means we need to combine two debates, the one about digital futures of Europe and about data protection and data sovereignty, and the one about sustainability governance via green standards, reporting frameworks, and decision-making processes. Because not only do Facebook and Google collect data about individuals, but economic institutions, data providers, and rating agencies collect, interlink, and use more and more granular information about environmental and social conditions. These are the resource for impact and risk analytics and forecasting that are more and more relevant for decision-making. This can threaten data sovereignty and democracy in several ways and at different chains of the data production cycle. One example again. Knowledge dependencies can increase if regional authorities need to buy data sets, software, or data services from private actors. These can be expensive, proprietary, vary in quality, or are built and designed serving commercial purposes that don't help the communities. If data formats and metrics in different sectors are not harmonized, they cannot be used for an analysis or of absolute impact relative to space or person. If software is proprietary and intransparent, this might create lock-in effects. Data concentration can also lead to knowledge asymmetries, by which I mean that the relevant information about the condition of a region is exclusive. So while states, NGOs, science companies provide more and more data via open access, analytical results based on them are often not shared or only for high prices. Thus, private actors might know a lot more about the affected communities, regions, and their environmental and social state and the risks as these themselves. And I argue that this hampers informed and autonomous decision-making and planning and gives commercial interests an advantage. So if the private sector leads in creating digital and sustainability standards, platform and datasets, this means that governments lose leverage and oversight that lies in providing data architecture and standards. So beyond questions of the ecological impact of IT infrastructures, data protection and quality, there are general questions of the societal role of sustainability knowledge. So we have to discuss unjust access not only towards digital technology, space, or energy, but also towards knowledge about environment and society. And the taxonomy is a good start that the EU created, and the European Single Access Point for Sustainable Related Information that's coming now. But the taxonomy is criticized for defining nuclear energy for green, which is totally true. But even this proves the point that only transparent classification systems can enable societal negotiation, and we don't have this with, for example, current ESG ratings offered by private rating agencies. So we have to strengthen the democratic use of data for sustainable transition that enables socio-ecological infrastructures as a common good that is accessible to everybody. This means to support public governance regarding sustainability data. It means to restrict concentration of exclusive sustainability knowledge, and it involves the development of consistent standards, business-to-government sharing of data, and affordable access to analytics that are based on data provided by governments. And just one last example. Yes, there's another aspect of the EU taxonomy, because at the deepest level of design, it already has social impact. You don't have to add it, but you also have to look at the assumptions. For example, if you build green apartments that are in line with the latest energy efficiency standard, but have a per capita space usage of 100 square meters per person, they are in absolute terms less sustainable than an unrefurbished apartment building. Furthermore, they may increase the resource pressure and housing shortage and lead to rising real estate prices. This is, at the current state, reliant with the ecological taxonomy. But it is by no means ecological or even social, not even if you add 30% of social housing to it, because it favors green overconsumption that oversteps the planetary and social boundaries and reduces the safe and just space to operate. But as we usually only collect information on efficiency, emission reduction per production unit or financial value, we cannot talk about the absolute resource reduction per person or per area. But this is the much more target safe way to go. So I argue that we should also define a consumption corridor for socio-ecological infrastructures and discuss necessary indicators and metrics, defining not only a minimum but also a maximum consumptions that can be classified as social and ecological, increases the operating space for securing the minimum living standards for others within the planetary boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felicitas. Thanks as well for the very precise suggestion on the EU taxonomy. We are taking notes and we will bring them back to Brussels. It is now the time to give the floor to Evgeny. Thanks a lot. You can join me here because I have a very tough question. You have heard about the regional, already existing regional disparity, social inequalities that are already affecting most of European countries. I suppose it's an issue also in Estonia. The need to transform not only a sector of the economy, but mostly all sectors in a sustainability direction, meaning changing value creation and supply chains, transformation of construction building, There is the data problem as well. What is the strategy of the Social Democrats in Estonia concerning the management of all the implication around the climate transition? Very easy question.
Yes, thank you for that easy question. If I may, I'll start with a few more general remarks regarding this issue. I think that, of course, if when we were told that Finland has experienced energy poverty for the first time this winter, then in Estonia it's hard to imagine a winter without it. So, which means that of course for Estonia and most other EU countries on the poorer fringe, of course the green transition issues and ecological issues are in a whole different context than for most other countries. And as such, we are, of course, very late arrivals on the scene in terms of this debate. I remember I lived in the UK in 2007, 15 years ago, when they were having discussions there that are only now arriving here 15 years later, which is, I suppose, understandable. You know, if you need to actually deal with a issue of solving more basic needs for your societies, for your people, that ecological issues may seem as something, you know, of secondary importance. And we'll get to that once we get those issues solved, which of course is impossible or irrational way to do that, because there is no time, as we know. So we're only getting to a more complex understanding of how to do that in a way that would be, as was mentioned, democratically sustainable, because obviously it's not only a wide-ranging permitting issue across all sectors for a very long time, but it's of course an issue of securing democratic support for it, and it's clearly difficult to do when when you're unable to alleviate those anxieties that people have regarding this transition. In Estonia, in many ways, of course, the situation is easy. We don't have much industry that needs to be green. So when Nordic countries are dealing with, I don't know, green steel production and so on, we don't have that. So we don't have a problem of greening heavy industry. The only real sort of block of industrial problem is our energy production, which is centered in the northeast of the country, and the oil shale industry that produces, depending on the year, between 70 and 90% of all CO2 emissions. So in a sense, when we get that done, then we have become basically climate neutral. So in this sense, it's rather easy in complex terms. So what is the solution to a climate problem in Estonia? A very huge chunk of it is how to solve the regional issue of the northeast in social terms, and of course how to secure sustainable and cheap energy production on the national level to substitute for the oil shale production. And regarding the energy, last year or the past winter has been in some regards a very sort of groundbreaking, because usually before that green energy used to be expensive energy, so you could just use gas and that would be cheap. And now that has changed, and of course with the Ukraine war it's going to get worse for some time. But on the other hand, now both the ecological needs and the social needs have aligned in terms of energy policy. So the cheapest way is the sustainable way. And in Estonia, because it was so small, 2 or 3 wind parks in the sea will basically make us climate neutral in terms of energy production, and that's something that is already in the pipeline. So we'll manage to do that. But much more difficult issue, of course, is the northeast, the social problem there that is imminent, because obviously oil shale has to basically the whole industry will have to close down, whether it's 2030, 2035, 2040. Different political parties have different ideas about that, but basically it will have to close down. And of course, one of the issues in this regards that is, I think, very important to note is the anxiety of the people who are in those industries where the loss of employment is certain, but the alternatives are theoretical. So we always talk about we need to more reskilling and schools and blah, 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 all these nice things that are, don't get me wrong, this is all very important, but I've been elected from that region. When you go to people and say, yes, we will take your job, and then you can go and reskill, then you won't get their vote. Understandably. So the question is, how do you actually manage that transition in a way that you can, not just talk about possible alternative ways of employment, but actually can secure that. It's good if you have organized labor that is strong, where you can work with them. In Estonia, not so much. But I think that is one of the sort of topical issues. And second, and I will end on that remark, is I very much agree with the regional disparities in general and how we need to take into account when we design our policies to take into account that aspect, especially in countries. Estonia is much smaller, but it's still regionally very unequal, and we also have people who travel hundreds of kilometers to work. And there it's usually much easier to have a unitary national policies that actually exacerbate regional disparities. So for example, in Estonia, fuel duty would be the easiest way to curb transportation, but more just way of doing that would be dealing with this here, i.e. congestion charge instead of general fuel duty. It will spare the people in the countryside and actually tax more those people who do have an alternative, which is also there as a bus or tram. But usually we don't think about it that much, and as a result of which we get the democratic backlash for those policies that we get. Yeah, I have some more things to say, but I'll skip that, and I would respond to the direct question by saying that I think Social Democrats in Estonia are actually the only party that's in the parliament that is taking both the social and ecological aspects seriously. We have been very, very active in terms of working on the environmental policies here. And but on the negative sides of it, on most votes in the parliament, we are alone. So the general sort of consensus is much way behind of what is needed to actually solve the ecological crisis. So
we still need some convincing. And I ask all of you, I stand because I have to prepare the next question, but I ask you the first while I will prepare the second with the map. The first question goes to the relevance of climate investment. We have seen in Europe that even countries that had very big difficulties with the idea of the public sector spending, Germany and the Netherlands, for instance, they are now finally agreeing on a big push, a big investment to drive the climate transition. So there is, if you want, a new scope for public intervention in the economy, so legitimation of the state driving the direction that the economy has to take towards sustainability. And on the other, there's a new role for investment with FEPS. We have recently published also a study that shows how a 10 billion investment in climate will actually not create problems of debt, but it will actually create growth in GDP, so that you solve the issue of excessive public debt. What do you think is needed? Are we, I'm thinking about Finland and Estonia, and of course the other countries too. Do you think we are already there in this conception that spending for climate is an investment, or we still have to fight for each single euro? Kaisa.
I think definitely it's an investment. I think, and I think this is something that in Finland has been very widely understood. The green technologies and the green transition is something that we as a country, and this is actually something that is widely agreed upon across the party lines, that it is an investment which will be beneficial for the whole country and the kind of transition and economic growth as well. But I think there are two different things in this, and I would say that first of all, we obviously need investment. We need especially investment in research and development of green technologies and knowledge of it, in order to, as you said, legitimate the spending, the legitimate and the kind of get it kick-started, get the transition kick-started. But then again, at the same time, a lot of the green industries are extremely profitable. So there's also another question of how, if you expect a high profit, how much is it the state responsibility to finance it? So when we look at, for example, now this crisis that the war in Ukraine is causing us and the response of the European Union that it should be, well, how much, and this is how the Finnish government and the Finnish political discussion has been, how much of it is aid and direct investment, and how much is it, for example, loan mechanisms that can make it possible for the industries and the kind of private companies to invest and then get the profits of it. So I think there is a more of a question and discussion in Finland, at least, that what is the division and who is doing the investing and taking the risk of it. But especially on the R&D, there is a very large consensus on the needs of it.
So from my point of view, to get the energy transformation done in most European countries, we don't need to invest, actually. We just need to cut the subsidies which are going in many European countries into the wrong sectors, into the wrong fields, in fossil subsidies and so on. If we cut this, and if we cut political limitations, then the energy transformation will get done. This is one thing. But then we need investment if we want to get it in a social just way done. But your studies show if we do this investment, it's not that the money is lost, but we will have a huge, immense return of money. So it's a very good investment, actually. So we need to invest, as I said, to, for example, in Germany, it's still, we have a care gap, right? Women still care for families, for children, in the average 90 minutes more per day than men. And if we want to change this, of course, we need to invest in upbringing capacities, in schools, in structures, in a lot of things. But in return, in this example, women can use this 90 minutes to contribute to the energy transformation, to the society, or in other fields or whatever, but in a social positive way. So yeah, I think the investment is more for the second one, but we will have a huge return of money for that.
Yeah, I can agree. My the previous speakers, and I would just add to that we know that we deal with limited resources, not only physically, like physical resources like space and biodiversity, but also due to political reasons. And for that, we know we cannot have We cannot live in the vision that everyone can drive an electronic SUV and live in a energy efficient single home on the outskirts. So it's really necessary to build up social and ecological infrastructures that are affordable for the many. Yeah.
I would just add two things. First of all, I think there is a lack of coherence in terms of what governments do. So you can at the same time say that we will, increase budget deficit to build new train lines, but then at the same time build new motorways as well. So in a sense, you somehow earmark new money for the ecological transition, but then with your own old money within the budget, you still carry on doing the same things that you used to do. Although, if you think about it systematically, then that doesn't really add up. If people will take the train, then there will be less need for the motorways. Therefore, you shouldn't build them that many. That's one thing. And second thing is, of course, that there is a need for as you said, a more coherent way of evaluating different investments in so-called ecological investments. Who pays for them and who gets the benefits? For example, subsidies for electric cars are mostly, regressive in their way of work. Is that the first priority for the public budget to subsidize? I don't think so. But renovating apartment blocks should be a priority because of a bigger social impact for it.
You can keep the mic because I'm coming back to you. Behind you, you have the map of the unequal Estonia. So coming from the same study that we've done in different other countries, and you can see here as well as in many, basically literally all other countries, the urban centers are the places where the wealth, the well-being measure in 11 different, is not only wealth and employment. There are 11 statistics that account for the quality of public services, of the participation in voting, the gender balance, different aspects that we have included as a sort of measure of quality of living. So not only wealth. So it means it's not only that the richest places, they are the places where the quality of life is very advanced. In the other ones, they are underdeveloped, I would say, the lighter one. And of course, the picture is different. We've seen from Finland, as in more in the north, there were more let's say, poverty or less well-being, let's say. In Italy is the south, in Germany is the east, but every country has some differences. But the other issue is the rural versus the urban part, with some of the best performing according to our statistics around also the urban areas, where you have some aspects of proximity with the more urban area that gives you access to a lot of services, but at the same time you have more quality in living and kindergarten and green life. But we have observed, and that is our problem that goes at the core of what Jan Erik was explaining before, of the Nordic model, I would say even European model of good governance with people at work, investment in welfare. The issue is that in the moment in which economic activities from areas that are not the top ones move away, then progressively you have less investment, people move out, public services decrease, and this is a trend that is persistent over time. Doesn't find any way to be counterbalanced. On the other side, you have instead the people that move from these more depressed area toward urban centers, where you have more and more social exclusion, housing costs are skyrocketing in many cases. So there is some disadvantages of the people getting towards the urban areas, and some disadvantages of these areas that don't find a way to find a better trend. So the question is the following. Can we have the investment in climate or new industrial green strategies that actually serve the purpose of realigning a little bit of convergence within a country? So the idea of creating opportunities in areas that are not probably the top of the notch of the country. Because we know that the digital transition will offer probably plenty of opportunities to Tallinn, a little less maybe to the rest of Estonia. So already the digital transition will further and worsen this trend. With the climate, can we create opportunities out of the big centers? Can we find the ways in which sustainability with, I don't know, agriculture or other matters create wealth opportunities somewhere else, or certain areas are just forgotten?
Yeah. Well, first of all, summer house, summer house, summer house, summer house, summer house. So these are the summer houses of Tallinners. Actually, there isn't that much.
Can we call it sustainable tourism?
No, I mean people live there in the summer, and it's just based on our tax register. They actually bring their tax money there as well, so it's good for those otherwise relatively poor local municipalities. It's just they are not hubs of prosperity as such. They're just places where people live or partly live. Which is, of course, one of the sort of new functions of the countryside. Of course, we won't get back to the 19th century. We don't want that, where people, toil the land and live close to it. During Soviet time in Estonia, a lot of small towns had their own mono factories where people lived. Even if those factories exist nowadays, then people don't live close to them. They want to live in different places. So in this sense, we of course can't turn back urbanization. But in general, I think there are some possibilities for positive developments in terms of the transition. For example, in Estonia, one concrete example is production of biogas. We have quite a huge potential of around 20%. The companies think that about 20% of our transport fuel could be biogas by 2030. It's booming right now very quickly, the industry, and it's created from cow manure in the rural areas. So it's basically a very traditional type of entrepreneurship. So it doesn't have to be 21st century innovative digital blah blah blah, but it can actually be quite a traditional sector of economic activity that through change in the framework can produce something that is very much valuable in terms of green transition, and also produce new opportunities for the people who live there. Forestry is another one. Of course, there is a delicate balance in terms of biodiversity and so on, but then again, bioenergy still has quite a significant role in terms of heating our homes here, also in Finland and many other countries. So there are some opportunities and options for that, but obviously there is the green transition by itself cannot solve the vicious circle of regional disparities, which is they don't have a qualified labor force because they don't have companies where the actual work to do there, and they don't have the work there because they don't have the labor force. So if you would like to open a new company in the countryside, then there would be nobody to work there, but of course nobody will live there because there is no work. So that's the vicious circle we have, and of course public sector can be much more active in terms of regional policy, especially here in Estonia, where regional policy has been quite non-existent, to be honest. But of course there are limits to what the public sector can do.
I'm not an expert at that, so I just can say that I believe that if you support municipalities in building up sustainable and digital solutions for the basic provision of housing, mobility, consume, that you can support certain regions. So this again relates to data and to sustainability.
The energy transformation offers a lot of chances to decentralize infrastructure and therefore also to decentralize benefits, gains, profits, and bring it to different regions. There are many examples. I will highlight one. It's the possibility of cooperatives was also very social democratic way of thinking. Local cooperatives which can invest in energy infrastructure, keep the shares and have money as a return, with the consequence that also local energy infrastructure with this money will be built up with the help of, again, local, small or middle-sized companies, installateurs. If we speak, for example, about photovoltaics or wind energy, then we speak about manufacturers which will build up this energy infrastructure. So there, and the people, it's from the people for the people. So the people decide about the energy infrastructure. They have a money return because of the energy infrastructure. And now I lose my last point, what I wanted to say. But you have acceptance then. You have money which is coming more decentralized to the regions. And this makes the energy transformation work.
Local wealth building. Thanks a lot. Kaisa, you have the floor, but I wanted to already prep our audience questions after Kaisa, so think about them, or then we get questions from Zoom or Facebook. But first, Kaisa.
Thank you. I think very good comments, and I wanted to pick up on something that Evgeny said that about the forestry or the forests and the very difficult biodiversity questions that it brings, because Finland is one of the I think Finland is one of the most forest-covered country in Europe. 75% of the land is covered by forest, and it's one of those things that creates massive opportunities when it comes to, for example, sustainable housing or kind of the energy efficient housing or a way of building that is less emissions. Produces less emissions, but at the same time, if you start cutting a lot of forest to build houses, then you have a different issue. At the same time, if you look at, for example, the current energy situation, if we are trying to lessen the dependence of the fossil fuels from Russia in Finland, it most likely means that we will be burning a lot more wood, and that then again, it might help with some of the issues, but then at the same time, it turns this, which is the green transition issues, completely other way around. So this is something that is very difficult issue. At the same time, for example, the clean housing technology or housing solutions that are possible to create from forestry industry, that is something that really does create opportunities in the lagging areas, in the kind of rural areas, and the knowledge can be there. Finland also has been investing, we've been investing a lot on the research on, for example, you mentioned the clean steel industry. It is massively expensive, but it is also something that is absolutely needed if you want to look at the emissions. Or the same way, the clean cement or the concrete, how to build that. And those are actually things that happen in the more rural areas, the factories, and the knowledge is there. But the problem that creates is that even if you have one industrial plant, you have a factory of some sort somewhere in the kind of eastern border of Finland, the socioeconomic question comes to that as well, that we have actually a lot of like cardboard or wood factories or so forth, and that creates a certain amount of employment, but it's not enough for a family to have one workplace. So we have a lot of places where you actually have lack of workforce, because if you have a engineer that can find work there, but they can't move their family, the spouse won't find a job, there is not the services, the schools for the kids and so forth, that creates the imbalance and the how the kind of need to travel long distances then to come to that job place, and that's a problem. But not to be so negative, I think actually in Sweden they have found a very good way of combining the digitalization and the northern parts of Finland. I mean, for example, the data centers that are built in northern Sweden are combining the increasing welfare of the areas that have been really much kind of suffering from the green transition, and then are benefiting from the digitalization. But that's obviously a small example that can help some areas, but it's not a wide-scale solution.
Thank you, Kaisa. Questions from the audience or from Zoom, Facebook? There are? Come here close to my laptop so they hear you.
Okay, so we have 3 questions. This one was for Felicia. Could you give examples of digital and green solutions that would work both in Estonia and Finland in the context of regional disparities? Then there is a second question for yourself. Isn't the use of wood as a biofuel more highly polluting in terms of GHG emissions than the use of natural gas? Because you spoke of wood as a solution, I believe. And then finally for Kasia, there was, do Finland and Estonia have issues with NIMBYism? Maybe for Kasia and Timo.
So I don't know if they work in Estonia or Finland, because I only know examples from Germany, unfortunately. But first, you have possibilities to create car sharing and more flexible public transport systems with digitalization. This helps to offer basic services to a lower price. And then there is the possibility with increasing data to solve problems that you didn't see before. For example, in Germany, you have a lot of houses in small villages that are used by aged persons, and which uses a lot of space because they don't have any other opportunity. And there's one project to think about that thinks about offering these persons old homes for the aged, and give the space in the villages to new families. This would help to decrease the space for new single homes that uses up space and, for example, reduces also acreage for farming in Germany. This is one example. Then he brought one solution up already, which I really like, which also has to do with digitization, to create publicly owned infrastructures, for example, energy infrastructures. I had another example that I forgot now. Maybe I remind it later. To whom can I give?
Yeah, the question was whether burning woods is more polluting in terms of greenhouse gas emissions than burning gas. It depends on the time scale. So at the point of burning, yes, it emits more, but if the forests are managed sustainably, then it will be net zero in time period, depending on the tree, with 30 or 50 years. But it's very important what type of wood are we talking about. So it's mostly in Estonia, and I think conceptually the only green way of doing it is using it as a local fuel of forestry residues, so sawdust and branches and so on. The large-scale business that is now subsidized in Europe, where we are cutting down stem trees and transporting them all across Europe to Danish or Dutch or English coal plants and burning it there inefficiently. I think this is environmentally absolutely unsustainable, and this is happening to Estonian and Latvian forests a lot at the moment. But in terms of using it as a local fuel, then we can keep it as residues. Then this can be done without negative impacts for biodiversity.
Timo, and then we close with Kaiser. And then Bela.
So I will answer on the question to the NIMBYism. I guess you can say more about Finland because I'm not an expert for the country example, but NIMBYism, not in my backyard questions, they are based on two pillars, I think. The one is misinformation and fear. Last can have reasons. The second is really that you're directly in a negative way impacted through the new energy infrastructure. And for the first, okay, we need more information spread to the people. We need a positive narrative, what I pointed out in my speech, the chances, and also to if it's about, sometimes it's about irrational fears also. We have to separate, of course, but if it's about irrational fears, we really have to spread the real informations. And then to get rid of the NIMBYism, it's the question is you have to establish intelligent participation models. We have no Chinese way in Europe. Fortunately, we don't want a Chinese way, I think. We want this way of democracy and participation, and it's possible. There are a lot of examples from companies which established this, wind energy turbines or net infrastructure, that there is suddenly acceptance also in rural areas, in villages where was no acceptance before. And this can, with my example of community energy and cooperatives, you can even rise the acceptance a little bit more. Then you can decide yourself about the energy infrastructure, and you can keep the economic benefits. And this is not only an example of Western and Northern Europe. I also know examples, if I, now we don't have the map anymore, but we can have a similar map, for example, about Bulgaria. And I know examples of Bulgarian cooperatives which were founded, and they were getting through all the process which I described already. And in the end, not only the acceptance was higher, but also the local energy, the power which was distributed to the households was even cheaper than before. So win-win-win.
That's a good example. Definitely, I don't think there is a place where there wouldn't be any NIMBYism, and I think it's been very clear, for example, in Finland, in the case of wind power, for example. Solar power is not such a large-scale solution in Finland, for obvious reasons, but there is a lot of possibilities for wind energy, and that building of needed amounts of turbines has definitely been delayed, but not only by a lot of environmental concerns, which are, especially in northern Finland, in Lapland, very, very real, but then especially on the kind of opposition of the local population. And actually, that is very much utilized and used by for example, the Finnish Populist Party has been very active in creating that kind of environment in which, or kind of attitudes in local areas in which they are opposing green energies, which would become the local issue. So that is definitely an issue, but I think exactly the idea of increasing awareness and increasing the kind of reasoning for it. I think there's now, I can't remember who said it, but it was said earlier that and now we have the kind of good combination of the green being the cheapest. It was Yevgeny, wasn't it? That this is kind of a better opportunity in a way that people are understanding, and it's becoming kind of more easier to justify issues when they become first safer and they become climate sustainable, and then they become cheaper as well. So it makes it easier, but definitely always an issue.
Thank you, Kaisa. And actually, it's my pleasure now to thank the four of you, Kaisa, Timo, Felicitas, and Evgeny, for your extremely nice contribution, and my excuses for forcing you to go in very different directions. But I've seen that you have responded greatly to all the inputs you received, and I have to thank as well Bella Galgoxi, senior researcher at the European Trade Union Institute. Bella, you have this difficult task to do some closing remarks. I don't think it will be super easy, and perhaps we don't have to ask you either to do a wrap up of the entire discussion. But you are one of the person that has more largely written on the employment and social aspects of the just transition. Was one of your books, one of the first thorough revision of it. So I'm very happy to give you the floor for some concluding remarks. Bella, you have the floor.
How many minutes?
About 5-6 minutes.
Sorry? How many?
About 5-6 minutes, if possible.
So first, I really would have liked to be there in Tallinn, but given the short notice, we simply didn't manage to find a good logistics for doing that. So I'm just online. Thank you for inviting me, and also mentioning our project. Indeed, just transition is one of the priorities at the ETY, and only currently now, we have 3 major projects on different aspects of just transition. For now, I would only, trying to wrap up things. Let me just show you one slide, if I can share the screen. Okay, where are we now? Yeah. So if you can see that, it is a magic cube. It is a magic cube of inequalities. So it is only really for illustration, because we were talking about inequalities that are interrelated, climate, environment, social inequalities. And they are really in the center of attention in this green transformation process. So what we have to see, it is a very unique combination of inequalities. 3-dimensional, I mean, it is going from the exposure to climate change effects, to vulnerability, climate responsibility in terms of carbon footprint, capacity of adaptation, exposure to environmental hazards on the one hand. Then we have country-wise, low-income to high-income countries. Then we have individuals, income, age, gender, skills, migration status, housing situation. That is very important in this whole context. And then whatever measure we have, either a concrete climate policy or an employment change or a forecast, then we have to deal with all these inequalities, and these inequalities are all interrelated with each other. So you can have an effect on one, and then it is interlinked with another. So this is only only to illustrate that we really have, and now I stop, so only to illustrate that this is the complexity of the challenge, and we never had even had this before. This is why having a just transition is really, really a big thing. And we actually don't even know what we really mean by it. Is it just transition for all, or just transition for myself, or just transition for us? I mean, our community, our workers, our members, our industry, our country. These definitions and the scope and the scale is absolutely important. And these are consequences. So actually, today we already heard, and I was happy to hear that one element of the just transition is indeed climate ambition. Because only if we have the highest climate ambition can we manage to well control the climate change process that is destructing the planet. Actually, not the planet, but the habitability of the planet. So our future. But that is also, and this is the tricky thing, and I think this was also coming through the debate, that we have a difficult relationship between objectives, climate ambition, to prevent the catastrophe in the future. You know, the catastrophe in terms of job losses, in terms of lost life, and human disaster. To prevent that, and in order to that, take a sacrifice now. The problem is that all these catastrophes, let it be wildfires or storms or tornadoes or warming, are happening on the basis of probability. So happens sometime in the future somewhere. But it is an imperative that we get this under control. But in order to do that, we have to give up our job today. I mean, not all of us, but those who are affected in the mining sector or even in the automobile industry. That is this concrete loss and paying a higher energy price, for example. That is a big, difficult dichotomy to take a sacrifice here and now versus the future. So that is part of the story. This we can only address if we have a comprehensive policy framework that was also emphasized by the Commission today, a comprehensive from the outset. So not some sort of a shop window correction, kind of decorative element as just transition, you know, kind of additional to it, but from being part of it from the outset. This has been expressed already actually by the ILO guidelines in 2015. But whereas this is recognized, this is very difficult to implement in practice. And I have to say that even now, we do not have a comprehensive framework in Europe for just transition. And even with the Just Transition Fund, the mechanism, the modernization fund, then the upcoming social climate fund, these are fragmented elements and very minor ones. I understand that it was a priority to address the energy transition and in particular coal mining and coal mining regions. Yes, full these and oil shale, of course, in Estonia. That is even a bigger problem than coal, I have to say. To address this is imperative. But okay, and there are actually 10 regions in Europe where roughly 60% of coal-related jobs are concentrated. So this is why it is really a big problem, because the total number of jobs is roughly 350,000 in total whole Europe. But anyway, this is important, but the Just Transition Fund is mostly covering this, and it is not covering the broader economy. And really, I have to talk about the automobile sector, or to mention it, not because I love it at all, but not at all, but it is 14 million jobs in Europe, and it's an essential competence in Europe. And it is dramatically changing, and there will be massive job losses and even more massive transitions, like 3 million jobs. And the transformation of jobs not only means that a little bit training and upskilling, but it means a total reconfiguration of value chains, regional disparities all over. So that's why we need really, really effective tools to tackle the automobile industry. And other aspect that has been neglected, the distributional effects of just transition, and that is, of course, because certainly if you have concrete policies, then these policies are going to affect the energy price, the cost, the affordability, availability, all that, and that will be very differential, and as also mentioned today, digressive. So tending to hit poorer households more. So we need to correct this from the outset. Okay, I think it should finish, yeah?
You have 30 seconds for a final remark.
Oh yeah, okay, so then in this context I have to say that the Social Climate Fund is a good initiative and very important one, but it is far not enough. Because the Social Climate Fund is actually, it will be raised mostly to correct the effects of the ETS2 itself. But we have much more distributional effects in context of the green transition than only the ETS2. For example, just to flag out one thing, affordability of low carbon technologies. So now we see with the energy price hike that especially the poorer households are locked into fossil fuel intensive technologies, locked in. They cannot change their heating system in one day. They cannot change then all these cars into battery electric vehicles. But they are suffering the most from the price hike. That's why, for example, in the mobility revolution, it will be a huge challenge. How do we change the European car fleet? So in one decade or 8 years, we need to change 40, 50 million or 100 million combustion engine cars into battery electric vehicles all over Europe. How will the population afford this? In Estonia, in Lithuania, in Poland, in Romania. So anyway, that was it.
Thank you, Bela.
We need a lot of more policies and more comprehensive. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Bela. Thanks all of you. You have reminded us of how challenging is the transition. We've touched many topics, but there's much more to talk, and there's much more to do as well. So let's remain united as we have been today across countries, because the fight is common. Thanks a lot to all of you, and let's stay connected with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, with FEPS, and reconvene soon.